Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the joint town council special meeting and budget committee meeting of Saturday, March 23rd. All new stuff, saying good morning and saying Saturday. And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Peter Talbot.
Here.
Jim Jakes. Here. Nina Aller.
Here.
Fiona Pearson. Here. Don Walsh. Here. Patricia Kramer. Greg Wolf. Here. David Belver. Here. And John Mylum. Forms present.
Thank you. Would you join me in the pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And with that, I will turn the, turn the meeting over to our budget chair, Jim Jenks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So welcome here on again Saturday morning. This came about as an idea to give folks that don't necessarily have a chance to come out to evening meetings to be here on a Saturday. Clearly, we were very successful in that in that attempt. But I just want to thank chiefs for being here. You know, Sean, Jim, Gina, library, Noel, everybody. Just just going above and beyond for being here on a Saturday morning. I appreciate it. At least we couldn't be outside today, really. So it's what else are we going to do?
Still have that option.
But so we'll begin with the fire department. So Chief Kasner, take it away.
Thank you. If the newer members of the council, the older members of the council would indulge me just to give, I have not had the opportunity to meet some of you. I'm Jack Kasner. The reason I've called you all here today.
He's got a radio voice.
I'm the fire chief. Been the fire chief since 1996, full-time since 2004. Second generation Cheshire boy, 2 children, born and educated in the town of Cheshire. I want to just give you a quick overview of where I came from, so you know. I think most of you are familiar with it, but I just wanted to let the newer members of the council know where I am and where I came from. I left the insurance industry and came to work for the town of Cheshire in '04, and have not looked back. Love what I do, love our town, love our department. So that being said, I have a short presentation, probably much shorter than Neil's, because he'll go on forever. That was out loud. What we're looking to do, I want to thank you guys and girls for having us today. But we've put together what we feel is a very prudent and reasonable budget for the upcoming year. There are some issues that we're going to go through as we go through this quick slide presentation that the fire department and the fire service in general is facing nationwide. And we're not exempt from that, so I want to make you guys and girls aware of that. Our capital budget requests for the next year or two are pretty modest because we just received $2.5 million to purchase 2 pieces of equipment, which we've now placed the order for, and we'll wait 39 months to get because that's the lead time on fire engines nowadays. Some of the things that we provide, the services we provide, and I won't read them, but you have them in the handout, but fire suppression, all of these things are things that we do with our current staffing levels of career members and volunteer members. We do have a combination department. We have full-time employees and we have volunteers. And these are a little bit of the things we do. We do a lot more than we advertise kind of behind the scenes, as most of you know. And these are some of them. I won't bore you with details, but as far as our staffing goes, we have 6 full-time staff members, 3 part-time staff members, and plus or minus 50 volunteer members, and that's going to be something that we're going to come back to in the next slide. Our volunteer numbers do continue to diminish, and that's following the nationwide trend. And we'll need to monitor our staffing as we move forward with development in town and what we do and what we add, because you can't continue to add and expect the current levels of staffing to maintain the same level of service. Obviously, the North End construction is something that I've talked to you before about, I've talked to the town manager about, and there may be a need at some point in time to put a station up there, either a substation, a combination police, fire station, something like of that nature. It's the north end of town is going to add a burden to my colleague to my right, you know, if he has to, and correct me if I go off the rails, but if you have to arrest a shoplifter on the north end of town and bring him back to 500 Highland Avenue, you're dedicating an officer for an extended period of time. That's where maybe an addition of a north end substation, police fire substation may be something we want to talk about to increase efficiencies. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm just talking about currently where we are, and not raising any flags, but I would be remiss if I didn't let you know that it's a concern of mine, it's a concern of the town managers, and we've certainly been open and talked about it it's been in the plan for probably before I got here, the early 2000s. So that's something that I want to make you aware of. This is not Bloody Mary, this is spring water, in case you're wondering. One of the biggest areas of concern for myself, as well as the town manager, and this chart shows it fairly well. Since 2007 to last year, you can see what the trend looks like for volunteers. And that we are probably ahead of the curve compared to some of our neighbors because of the benefits that the council has provided. We offer a pension program, we offer a paper call, we offer life insurance, we offer a tax abate, we offer pretty much every benefit you can offer to our volunteers, we do. The problem that we're facing is that demographic of people from 18 to 25, 18 to 28, they're not here. And that's not anybody's fault, but that's just what we are. And there's a staffing survey that is on file with the town manager, and many of you council members may have seen it. That demographic from the 70s and 80s has shrunk significantly. That in our town, there's not that demographic that sticks around from 18 to 25. Let's face it, if you're 18 to 25 and you just graduated college, you're not buying $1 million house that they're selling now. That's just not. And as that number decreases, it follows the trend of our volunteers. If you are 25 to 30, you're certainly not going to want to spend 2 nights a week at Woolcott Fire School and then every Saturday there. It's just we're creating our own demise, if you will. So that's a factor that is within nobody's control, but it's nationwide, something that everybody's facing. And again, I'm not raising flags, but I don't want you to be not in the know that I may be coming to you in the coming years and saying, hey, we're at a point where that we need to hire full-time staffing. And there's no shame in that, but there's a financial impact. And I want you as leaders to be aware that that's not out of the realm of reality. As I will get into in a minute, our daytime staffing certainly covers the gap during the day. With our full-time staff, we don't get a lot of volunteers during the day. It's just because the days of ball and socket closing when there was a fire, or Heinz closing and everybody running to the firehouse, those days are gone. And whether we like it or don't, we're not the Cheshire of 5,000 people anymore. And we have to change the way we do business to try to meet the needs and demands of what our services require. Whether it's police, fire, public works, whatever it is, those needs change, and we have to be aware and alert and meet those needs.
Chief, could you maybe spend a minute talking about, just so everyone's on the same page, just the difference between a fully paid fire department that you might see in some communities and a volunteer, how our model works, even just when a call goes out middle of the night, who's going, how are they compensated, very, very minimally understanding, but just sort of so everyone understands what it means to have a volunteer fire department.
So between the hours of 7 and I will say 5, we have full-time staff in the building at fire headquarters. Their titles are deputy fire marshal, fire inspector, and they're in collective bargaining agreements, they're in unions, and in their job descriptions it says they will respond with appropriate apparatus. So you may be reviewing a set of plans for a factory or a development, but then you're stopping that and you're going downstairs and you're driving a fire truck. Very unique, especially in a collective bargaining environment, that you can cross those lines, because a lot of times you can't. We've created a system that really works well. They play dual, triple, a lot of different roles between the hours of 7 and 5. And we're lucky that we've been able to maintain that model. After 5 o'clock, it's 100% volunteer, other than me and the fire marshal, who are non-union. We are kind of on call 24/7, 365, and have to go to anything significant. But after 5 o'clock, it's 100% volunteer, and there's no guarantees with that. And I don't say that to scare anybody or mean that in a negative way, but if everybody's at a anniversary party, it may take you 14, 15, 20 minutes to get a fire truck in front of your house. Between the hours of 7 and 4, 7 and 5, I know I've got a body in the building that's going to be on that truck and out the door in 90 seconds and probably going to be in front of your house in 4 to 5, 6 minutes. That's the difference. The guarantees that come with a career staff vary significantly than what you get after 5 o'clock. And our people do an excellent job, and I'm proud as heck of them, but you need to know reality is that it could take a long time. Add snow on the road, add that you've got to go out to your car and scrape the windows and do that. You increase that response time window, and that's just a reality that we've lived with since 1912, since we started. Whether it's scary or not scary or true or not true, it's fact that if you get out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning in February and there's 2 inches of snow on your car, you have to clean it and get in your car and drive to the firehouse, and then you get in a fire truck and you drive to a call. And there's a time lag there. So those are some of the differences that you get between a full career and a combination department.
And also, maybe just touch on briefly the training. There's still all the same training requirements that the
Absolutely.
volunteers have to go.
Yeah,
It's really
the
incredible.
fire department in the city of Meriden, Waterbury, wherever it is, we all are held to the same standards. Whether you get a paycheck or you don't get a paycheck, you're all held to the same OSHA requirements, the same training standards, everything's the same. So our people are putting in all of that time and responding and not getting paid, which is a great thing. From a tax perspective, I like that. I live here, I pay taxes. But reality is sometimes you can only stretch that elastic band so far. And I think that's what the point that I would make.
Chief, since we're here, I was going to ask this later, but since we're talking about this issue or concern about a professional, or not a professional, but a paid firefighting force going forward, are other communities like ours in Connecticut, are they making this transition now? I assume this is sort of a burbling issue with everybody.
It is. It's all over the place. We're seeing a lot more mutual aid. We're getting called to Southington a lot more. We're getting called to Prospect a lot more. We're calling them more when we need help. That only goes so far because the taxpayers in Southington don't want to pay their people to come to Cheshire 14 times a month. And it goes both ways. There are departments that are transitioning. Southington is a department that is similar to us. They have 8 people on a shift full-time 24/7. But there are other towns that, if you look at Guilford, they have very little volunteers left, and they're a town that's similar in demographics population-wise. East Haven, fully career department that has a full-time staff and has for 20 years or more probably. So there's no real science to it. You know, people say, well, when we hit 30,000 people, we have to do this. No, there really isn't, because there's towns that are bigger that are still can maintain volunteers. There's towns that are smaller that can't. So I wish I had an easy answer for you, but there is really, it's almost like you have to be ready when you can't meet the number and when you can't meet that bar. That's when I come to you and I say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to do what we need to do to make the next step.
Yeah.
That's when it happens. There's really not a science to it.
And then, it seems like everything across municipal services is that you're having a hard time finding people to do everything.
Absolutely.
Is that, I assume for paid firefighters, that's the same thing?
It is. One of the biggest things that I'm seeing with my colleagues across the state is that you'll hire somebody, put them through training, and you don't have a pension, and then we hire them and we keep them for 3 months, and then they go to Meriden because Meriden has a defined benefit pension. That's just a harsh reality that me and my colleagues are dealing with. There are towns, and I'll use Naugatuck and South District and Middletown. They're almost like training grounds because they'll get hired in those departments, get trained, and then they're there for 3 months, and then they go to Greenwich, they go to Middletown, they go to Meriden. You create portable firefighters when you don't have a defined benefit pension. And whether it's right or wrong, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what we're seeing in the fire service is that I'll hire somebody and train them, and they'll be here for 6 months or a year, and Meriden will open up, and Meriden's got a good pension, and Meriden pays $4 more an hour. Okay, thanks, Cheshire, bye-bye. And I just dumped $15,000 into training this person. You know, it's kind of it's what's happening municipally across the state, in police, fire, public works, and all. That's what's happening.
And one other thing I would just add is we do have, and this is something that as we're trying to get creative and explore going forward to maybe encourage, we have some volunteer firefighters in our public works department, but But as Jack said, during the day isn't necessarily the coverage challenge. Now, it's great, and we can have, if there's a big emergency, 4 or 5 alarm fire, obviously that Public Works employee working on a road or in a park somewhere can jump in the truck and respond to the fire. Doesn't solve the problem in the after hours and overnight. But potentially something to try to start considering incentivizing, maybe some, again, just brainstorming ideas, something to encourage new folks that come into our Public Works Department or other eligible departments who have maybe the ability to leave. Again, that takes them away from the rest of their job. But if they could be incentivized in some way to be certified and respond, it's another way to try to flex as long as we can, that elastic band. But the trend has certainly been going in one direction. Just as we said just the other night, volunteerism in general, and that age bracket, as Chief said at the beginning, isn't as apt to the strenuous and 24-hour nature of the work.
Right. And they're literally not there. Right. That age group is not there, is not in our town anymore. And that's just a victim of where we are as a society. I think it's not, and I'm not saying it's a great thing or a bad thing. That's really what it is.
And just one more quick thing. I know we said there is a paper call system, and again, we need to get into all the details. It's a very modest, what's the $6 per call. So and that's something the council in the past, I know my first year had just raised that from I think $5 to $6. You'll see that budget line in the budget. So we will talk about a very modest compensation that's there. But as I think we said last budget cycle, when gas prices were $4 a gallon, sometimes the $6 covers your drive there and back. It's not really compensation in the traditional sense of the word.
One thing that I've learned in my tenure is that money is not the answer. Right. The life insurance, an 18-year-old kid could care less about a life insurance, could care less about a pension, could care less about anything. All they want is show me the money right now. Give me T-shirts and show me the money. and that's what and I've adapted to that and met that need, but that's the reality. And then once you get somebody who's been in for 10, 11 years, wait, there's a pension. If I stick around for 10 more, that if my life insurance is $150,000, accidental on duty, off duty, that's a pretty good thing for my wife and my kids. They get it. But the volunteer fire service has always been driven by the 18 to 28-year-olds. Those are the ones that are keeping us in business as volunteers. And that, like I said, that demographic of population just is diminished. And, it is what it is.
I have one quick.
Sure.
My son is he was a junior firefighter, now he's a volunteer. He's 18. And I think a strong trend right now is he's staying home and going to a local college. A lot of his friends did go away, so that age group is also, not only is it smaller in Cheshire, but it also leaves for college. But they do come home on breaks and over the summer. He has had the program has had a tremendous impact on him. He loves it. He enjoys the people in it. He enjoys the learning experience, the excitement. It's truly been good for him.
Good.
One thing I wanted to say is, the money is very important. But he has aspirations of pre-med. He wants to be a medical examiner. Strong EMT drew him to the fire department in town. He also has a job along with school. So the time constraint is tough, especially since it's volunteer. But I know that you guys have a few different incentives. You reimburse for any fire classes that he has to take, which is great for the 18-year-old, especially since he struggles with his part-time job to pay for his car insurance and cell phone. I was wondering two things. Yes, they're very incentivized by money, but that age group with college being so incredibly expensive, I was wondering if there's any way in the future to maybe incorporate some sort of college credit in a volunteerism or some programs that you offer. I know that's out there and that takes a lot of planning, but it's something to look for, to pull students in considering the cost of college. And
that's a great idea. I certainly wouldn't rule it out. And I would work with Naugatuck Valley.
That's where he goes right now.
Has a program that, that I've worked with before and had interns from there. So obviously there would be a financial impact to it, but I would certainly not rule that out.
Well, there's the PAC program right now, so current Connecticut high school graduates have their first 2 years covered, which is the incentive, and I think it's going to keep more and more students in that age group home to take their first 2 years from home. The second question I had is, what kind of outreach do you do, let's say, to the high school to get the graduates who are, just to know that it's out there, to understand what it offers, and possibly when it does move into college credits, maybe.
That's a great question.
To-
And it's timely because we have a crew at the high school today at the Chamber of Commerce Home Show doing outreach, and we do the college fair at the high school, and we reach out, we interact with the schools on a weekly or at least a monthly basis. We're involved in something with the schools. So we do. We have our junior program, which has really been good, and our attrition rate has been really good with that too. But we do reach out, and we do try to recruit from the high school, and word of mouth works best with these kids, and social media works best with this group of younger adults that we're dealing with. So we are doing it, and our junior rules have been maintained, so that's a good thing. You hit the nail on the head. When that person gets out of high school, 8 out of 10 of them are off to colleges elsewhere, and then we lose them. So we invest a little bit up front, and then we lose them. We've had people that went 4 years. We've had people that went to law school and came back and maintained their membership. So that's a good seed program. The volume just can't keep up with our demand. But I do like the college idea, and I will explore that. Thank you. So I'll digress back into the numbers. This is a summary of where our increases are. 16% sounds like a lot, but that was done, as you're aware, with the addition of a deputy fire marshal, because we added one this year, and he's on the job and working and extremely busy. Overall, the non-salary stuff is at 7.6%, and overall is 10.8, primarily because of the salaries. That's pretty much where we are. We can go through line by line. I don't want to bore you guys. I know you guys have looked at this probably ad nauseum, and I won't do that. But the reason for the increases are the salaries is the deputy fire marshal. The other increases are the contractual numbers. And as I said earlier, the staffing of our fire marshal's office basically supports our fire suppression efforts between 7 and 5. Non-salary increases are 7.69%. A lot of that goes to vehicle maintenance. Our fleet is aging. We're doing our best to try to keep up with it. But as stuff gets older, as you all know, when you take your car to the body shop, a radiator used to cost you $150. Now it costs you $400. It costs more to maintain, and you wait longer for the parts. That's just the reality that I deal with, Neil deals with, we all deal with on a daily basis. I will note that this number would probably be a lot larger if we did not have the generosity of Elam Park in the gift account, and we offset that to try to maintain our budget as best we can.
And just for the newer members, traditionally, on an annual basis, Elam Park has gifted the police and fire department a combined, when I started here, it was around $360,000, $370,000. Last year it was $400,000. It's divided up $200,000 each. We are awaiting confirmation that is coming again this year. I have no indications that it's not, and we just have had some very positive meetings with Elam Park and Brian Bedard, their wonderful CEO, just the other week on other issues. So I fully expect it'll be there, but if it ever should not come to pass, that is, as Jack just said, funding that we use to outfit both police cruisers and fire apparatus and a variety of other things that we're able to most of which we would still need to do in the operating. But we try to keep some things that are a little more discretionary there, just in case for some reason they weren't able to do it. But more and more with tighter budgets, we've had to lean on more critical items out of the Elam Park gift, what we call the gift account funds. So we'll probably be talking, once we have confirmation, we'll be talking more about that. We typically submit a generalized budget, if you will, for the use of the gift account funds for the upcoming fiscal year.
That is it for me. I'm happy to take questions, or we can go line by line, but I know I gave myself a self-imposed half hour, so I've taken that pretty close. I will be happy to answer questions if you have specific questions. I gave you You all have my business card, which has my phone number and my email. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have questions about anything in the budget or any questions. Just reach out to me through Sean, and I'm happy to. I'm accessible pretty much any time or any day you need me.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just briefly, and I think just to orient folks again to the budget books, the fire department budget starts on page 105 of the horizontal book for the detail. But Jack is also our civil preparedness director. He has a dual role. So when you see the section of the budget beginning on page 99, again, it's a smaller subset. It's only a $45,000 total budget that includes generator funds, our Code Red system, and a number of other things that we have in the event of emergencies. Some years we don't have to do a whole lot of the generator maintenance, and the Code Red system operates every year. It's the subscription service. But that is also the line historically, if you really go back, and it isn't happening in this budget, but there were years where there were hundreds and $200,000 and $300,000 lines in there. It's either where we appropriated funds that were reimbursed by FEMA because of Storm Isaias, or we had COVID expenses coming through civil preparedness. So if you were ever to look at a 4 or 5 or 6 year history, wouldn't be surprised to see some spikes during emergencies, and that's really the purpose of that line. And Jack is the lead for all things emergency response when it comes to those natural disasters or pandemics or just things like that will never happen, and then they happen every other year.
And if I could follow up,
Please, yeah.
Sean and I have had meetings with Trinity, preliminary meetings with our contract, and it looks like that there will likely be some stability in our future from an EMS, because that's one of the other hats that I wear. I work with the contracts with Trinity, with Sean, and it looks like the EMS system as a whole is somewhat stabilizing and not increasing tremendously over the next 2 or 3 years. So that should give you some peace of mind. And do you agree, Sean?
I do, and that's, one thing, again, also for the benefit of newer members, the transition, and it was a little rocky given Campion, when I first started here in 2018, Campion behind the scenes was in the midst of selling to Trinity. The town was not at all times completely informed as to exactly how that was, what that impact was going to be, and how we were simultaneously negotiating an ambulance contract. And in the end, the transition to Trinity, I think, has been incredibly positive for the town. I know the council invested in the second ambulance, dedicated second ambulance 2 years ago. That's been very positive. We looked at a lot of great trend data, and just in our meeting 2 weeks ago with Trinity, the Trinity representative. And again, they're very committed to Cheshire. They like having Cheshire in their mix. I'm sure you see statewide that ambulance service in towns can become a very thorny issue, and can become and having a good partnership at a good rate. And it looks like we're going to be able to not see any cost increases in the future. We'll be talking about that more as we bring something forward to the council. But I'm very optimistic there. And that section of the budget, just again to orient, is later under miscellaneous. You'll see the public health section, where you'll see what we pay as a subsidy to the ambulance EMS service for Trinity here in town. So happy to answer any questions now or in the future when we take that up at a future council meeting.
Okay. Thanks, Jack. For the time I've lived in town, maybe about 35 years, I've only had to call on you a few times. You've been wonderful. Staff have been wonderful, been responsive, so thank you. I know how hard you work and how much you care. A couple of things. The North End Fire Station, I'm just curious. Are you thinking of or whatever you call it, a combined station, are you thinking of something on the north side of 691 or just south of 691? What did you have in mind, or did you not have anything specific in mind?
I dream a lot. So I had something actually kind of like almost across the street from Dunkin' Donuts, where there might be a vacant lot, this side of south of 691, so that I could service Bozzuto's, the industrial park, and the North End in a reasonable amount of time. That was one thought that I had, and that's just me. That's not Sean's idea. That's just the Jack thinking forward.
Is it serious enough that we should be looking at probably tying down something, optioning some land or something, so we have some control over something before it goes to something else? And I asked that to Sean, maybe.
Yeah, I think one thing that, and Jack and I were just talking about this the other week, I think getting closer to probably needing to fund a study of some time to make sure we're aware. Again, now we know for sure the North End development is coming. Again, I think for many years and decades that's been obviously holding things up. But now shovels are in the ground, buildings are going up vertical. We know what's coming in the next 18 to 24 months of just full occupancy up there. So I think a study sooner than later. It's something we're going to talk about a little bit more. And there's no specific fund in the capital budget. We could certainly add something to do a fire response study in terms of where the impact is, where our locations are, and where can they reasonably cover in an expeditious manner. The distance, Byam Road Station is just off of 84, and you can get from Byam Road to the North End relatively quickly. But does it have the capacity? Does it have enough? And is that acceptable? That's still a long distance. It doesn't solve the police response or substation comment that Jack made earlier. But I think what Jack's saying is that's not necessarily just a Jack and Sean sort of brainstorming effort. I think you need to bring in some professionals to study what the response time is, where our locations, where our hotspots are. And again, we have a South End station, we have the main headquarters station, and we have Byam Road just off 84. And so you can see, just looking at a map of Cheshire, where, I think where Jack is indicating is certainly a logical spot, certainly to also cover the north east portion of town a little better. But as Jack can tell you better than anyone, when your lights and sirens are on, there's some roads that are easier to get through. There's some that aren't. There's traffic concerns at different times of day. There's people that move over and people that don't. And you have to factor all of that in when you determine where your best station locations should be. And I want to make sure we're being very, very conscientious, because it's a huge investment. The number that we have in the rolling forward in the capital budget it's fluctuated around $4.5 to $5 million over many years, at least the last 5 to 10 years, is really just anticipated for construction. There's no land cost in that number, so it's not a small item.
And I only mention it because I think tying up the land and having it available to us is something that is worthwhile, regardless of whether or not how fast we fund or start. Particularly with and if you're interested in north of 691, particularly with the DOT parcel coming up, rather than giving that all away, if we really need it and that land suits us, it'd be nice to carve out a piece in there that isn't given away or isn't sold, that we have under our control, rather than have sold the entire piece and then find that, boy, that would have worked out perfectly.
Right.
So I think the planning for it, Sean, is worthwhile. I agree that the faster we expedite that, the better we'll be in a position to not, have lost something. Relative to the volunteers, I remember when my oldest son came back from college and lived here for a little while. He tried to become a volunteer. He didn't stick with it well. He was only here for 3 years, and then he moved on again. But I've told this story a few times. The demographics in Cheshire are changing, and I'm not suggesting that we have an answer here, but they are changing. When, maybe 10, 12, 15 years ago, we were running out of space. We needed a new office space. We had optioned land next to us, and we're planning to build another building right next to where we were. And during the process of designing the building, we came to the realization that our employees weren't living in Cheshire, and they didn't want to work in Cheshire because they weren't living here. Most of our younger employees were living in New Haven and commuting to Cheshire. So we ended up scrapping that and opening an office in New Haven, which satisfied a lot of those employees. We're finding now it's changing a little bit. We're finding many of our younger employees are starting to look to live here in Cheshire. And I think that with all the new apartment-style housing that's coming in, the demographics will change. There will be younger people coming into town. Hopefully they'll stay here. Hopefully they'll find that they like Cheshire and evolve into a long-term relationship here. But there might be an opportunity, with 300 apartments in the North End and other places, that you will get some younger demographics that you could attract. I think it's a good time to double down on at least what you said, social media requests, maybe reaching out to corporations in town. I think most of our companies would support allowing their employees to leave during business hours or whatever for public safety reasons. I think they're all social-minded corporations. Just a thought. We might have a few years where we had an uptick in potential volunteers. I'm not suggesting that's going to solve your problem.
No,
seems
that's a valid point.
It seems like, and I don't, a total layman, it seems like we need to think at least about a full-time staff during off hours. It's hard to believe that we don't have full-time staff during the other two time slots, the evening and early morning time slots. But I never realized that. I didn't realize they were all volunteer at night. Maybe I was lucky I called during the day. So. But anyway.
You're not alone. A lot of folks, it comes as a surprise, I think, to a lot of folks. Certainly, a community our size, as Jack has said, is certainly sort of on the cusp of where you might not, you might expect it. Our population is not 7,000 people. We're pushing 30,000. But yeah, it's a very.
But I do think it's an opportunity now, if we think about it, to really push into those new communities that are going up, and maybe go to the developers, go to social media, and try and entice people to get involved. I think our young people love to get involved if they can. So just a thought.
Good
Thank you,
points,
Jack.
John. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. I appreciate that. First, before I start, I just wanted to say I'm disappointed that we don't have a bigger crowd here, but I'm hoping they're all over at the Chambers Home Health and Garden Show, which is where I was scheduled to be today. Unfortunately, this took precedent, but I'm hoping that there's a big crowd over there, because I feel that, maybe we need to be a little more sensitive as a council when our chamber is having a large event, about having a meeting that corresponds with their event as well. I'm a small business owner, I'm a member of the chamber, and I fully support the chamber, and I want to make sure that this council does as well. So, having said that, I'm glad the fire department is represented over there, and I'm assuming the police department is probably represented over there too, so that's good. Just a couple of questions. Since John brought up the full-time part, what, in your mind, just to get full-time people to work nights, do you have more calls during the day than at night, I'm assuming? Or
There's no science to
there's no science, okay.
Yeah, I wish there was, but
How many full-time people would be necessary to man the fire stations at night? You take 5, 10?
Southington does it with 8.
Okay.
And that's 24/7, 365. But I don't know that that's our number. I
Right.
would want, as Sean stated, unfortunately, if you have somebody come in and do a study, they're going to tell you the facts.
Right.
And I would caution you that be aware of what the facts might be, because other towns around us have had studies done and it did not work in their favor. They said you need to have 12 people on a shift, but you only have 8, and it worked more in the union's favor than it did in the city's favor. So I would just caution you that be aware of what might come of a study. I think it's a good idea. But I think if we were to have to staff, I would say at least 4, 24/7, 365. And that probably number would increase if you had a study done.
So, because, if we went to a full-time, we're probably talking an additional $1 million plus in your budget, I'm guessing. I'm figuring.
Probably more like 2.5.
2.5? Okay, so you need like 15 or 20 full-time.
Well, for 4, and then you've heard Neil say this, to fill 4 spots, you need to hire a lot more than just 4 people.
Right.
Because with sick time and vacation and all of that, it takes more than 4 actual bodies to staff for 4 people per shift.
All right, so, yeah, I think, with the way the town is growing, we may need to at least start studying that. I think it's a good idea. The number of calls this year have increased, decreased?
Last year was a busier year. We were right around 1,000 calls a year.
Okay.
And that's, there's days where we do 7 or 8 calls, and there's days that we do 2. So they average about 3.5 to 4 a day.
Okay. Right, I mean, public safety is probably the most important thing to me in this town. We want to make sure that the residents and businesses are safe and protected. So, I mean, I have no issues with anything you're adding. I just want to make sure that you feel comfortable with what you're asking. And if you're feeling comfortable with it, you know, you've been doing this long enough, so I trust you on that. And I don't see any issues with what you're asking, so thanks.
Thank you.
I have another question.
Sure.
I know each town presents a different, I guess, dynamic for the safety forces that they require. I know that the amount of commercial space, industrial space, residential space will dictate different types of fire calls or police calls. Do we have a particular, and also population? You mentioned Southington. I know that their population's about 15,000 more than us, give or take. What would be a similar community? Let's say we're all gonna dig into developing our fire and police staff. Who do we compare to in Connecticut with regards to our farmland, our industry, our commercial? What would be a town that's comparable to us with our
Probably
breakdowns?
Guilford.
Okay, thank you.
And I will tell you that, and I will not speak for Neil, but I'm sure they have more cops, and I know they have more full-time fire employees. So I think they actually have less population, but they're about demographics. They have farmland. They have Route 1, so they have a Route 10. You know, they have a highway system, which we provide services to 691 and 84. They don't have prisons, which we provide services to. So there's no really true, you know, what can we match with?
Right.
Suffield is probably another one that we might look at, but they have full-time fire employees. They have prison. They have a highway. We have a lot of unique stuff. I mean, we have Whole Foods. We have Bozzuto's. There's more anhydrous ammonia, which is hazardous materials. We probably have more of that than any of our neighbors, and that's huge. You know, that's a big risk that we train for and we deal with. So there's no really dead nuts comparison, but those are two towns that are pretty close. Sure.
Not for, Jack, thank you. Not for you, but actually for Sean. In looking through the line by line, it occurred to me that we've had this a couple times and we're going to see it more, and that is the dreaded 27th payroll. Can you, just for the benefit of my colleagues, go through, because a lot of them have not seen the 27th payroll, and just give an explanation as to what that is and why this is showing up here?
Sure. So you and Jim can jump in. Jim or Gina could jump in on this because really this is something that dates back really at least 12 years or so. Every 10 to 11 years, depending on the calendar, we are paid. Our payroll runs 2-week payrolls. And what happened, as I understand the story, because it predates me, but about a dozen years ago or so, in one budget year, you had an entire, you just happened to have 27 payday Fridays, right? Just the way it cycled through. And in that 1 year, you were short one full payroll, which was how much?
So one extra payroll could be about 700.
Yeah, I was going to say $700,000, $800,000 that the budget had to be increased for in 1 year, which is just an enormous number to fluctuate. So what Cheshire does, which is really, I think, ingenious, is accrue over the course of 10 or 11 years a day or two, depending on the way the year is cycling, so that by the time 10 days of, by the time that 27th payroll rolls around, you have accrued that money into a separate, we'll call it a separate account, basically, and then it is all offset and funded. That actually happened last year. That was we had a 27th. So for 10 years, we had been building up, and it's give or take. Again, it's never an exact science because people come, people go, salaries change, positions are eliminated, positions are added. But if you're doing it all along, you have at least, $700,000 or $800,000 to cover a roughly $800,000 one-time payroll. So that one is just a calculation off of the positions ahead of it.
So it's basically to avoid that every 10 or 11 years getting hit with a, you know, one-off $750 or $800,000 charge.
So it's smoothed over all 10 years.
Yeah, and it shows up on page 107, line item 5107, right about halfway on the page. And I'm just picking on fire because we're here, but it'll show up in each one of the departments, so just be aware, this is a recurring theme, and thank you, Sean. I think it was important to throw it out there because some of us are seeing it for the first time, so. Jack, thank you.
You guys. You wanted to spend your Saturday, but it's raining outside.
I had a couple more questions, Jack.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, you'd mentioned, obviously, we talked about the staffing concerns and stuff. I just want to point out in the book here, just for the general public, more or less, you do indicate that you guys were, you had an effective firefighting force at the scene within 15 minutes, 97% of the time. So, great job, obviously, and everyone really appreciates all that effort that goes into making sure that happens. So. It's not as if and I know I think you kind of said this, it's not as if you guys are not able to provide the service. I just want to make sure that, you know, given what we've discussed, everyone understands that, you know,
Absolutely.
you guys are
You're
still.
100%. And I'm not, and as I stated, I'm not here waving the red flag.
Right.
But I would be remiss if you know, even if it's 97%, there's still 3%. And it's my job to make sure you guys are aware as leaders that, you know, there may be a point where that we could do better. That's all.
Right. And then just a couple things as far as, there's probably more questions for Sean and Jim, but just some line item stuff I noticed that let's see, under contractual services, 5406 data PRCS, that's gone up quite a bit over the last couple of years. Is that just the kind of inflation in software costs and stuff? Is that what's going on there?
That one's actually probably going to be Jack, because
Oh.
that's a fire reporting software and any maintenance country. That's a data processing line. I don't have to pull what's exactly in there, Jack, but
Yeah, we've
5406.
changed softwares to match what the state fire marshal's office requires us to have, and the annual software maintenance just keeps increasing.
Just keeps going up.
Yeah.
And then the workman's comp amount has gone up a fair amount. We've kind of seen insurances go up as a whole.
Yeah.
Is that?
And we've and this doesn't reflect. We've had one significant injury of a partial finger amputation and another disfigured finger in the past 3 months. So that number, our experience is not going to be great in the next year. We've been for 15 years. I've never had an out of work workers' comp injury. This is the first one I've had.
Oh, okay.
And it's significant to a firefighter who was training and cut the tip off of one finger and disfigured the other finger, causing significant damage.
it's important to note with workers' comp, of course, these are volunteer positions, but what you're covering is their lost work for their other employment, and in this case, it was a
Right,
police
yeah,
officer.
this person is in law enforcement in another city and has tenure, so his salary we cover, which is not cheap, as you're aware.
Right. Okay. And then last one is probably, I think, a Jim question. Probably has to do with the pension. I know we made several changes over the last year. The difference there, is that something, that's not a difference that we should expect every year, right?
No, that was
This is kind of a one-time difference, one-time jump.
enhancements,
Right,
so you should see that level off going forward.
right, okay. Okay, great. Anybody else have any other, for Chief Kastner? We good? Okay. Thank you again, Chief. Really appreciate
No
you coming
problem.
out today.
Thank you, glad to be here. You're up.
Is Chief Drive?
Nobody wants to stretch their legs or anything before I jump in here? I don't have a PowerPoint, I'm sorry.
We do have some show and tell, though. We're not, yeah, when we get to it, yeah.
It's gonna be long.
An hour in. It won't be as long as yours, I don't think. I have good news and bad news. The good news is, over the course of the 13 years I've been the chief here, I've learned, I don't stiffen a lot of big numbers into the budget here. It's pretty much, what we need. You'll notice on the town manager's recommended budget, the difference in my non-salary line is $23,000 from last year. Of the $23,000, 13 of it is due to maintenance agreements and contractual increases not for wages, but for maintenance agreements and things like that you just pointed out. Jack has the same issue. It leaves me about $10,000 really of a real increase. It would have been 25, but Sean took a hack at it already. So, very quickly, if we were ever to get to the point where we're talking about cuts, I get to people, just because there's literally, there's not a lot of fluff in it. I would also point out that the total non-salary line there, on page 85 is $980,000. Sean pointed out that we got $200,000, the police department alone got $200,000 from Elam Park last year. It's over 20% of that number. I don't think either Jack or I want to imagine a budget year without that money, because although we do our very best to, what I was told about it when I first started was it's it's for the nice to haves, not the need to haves. The reality is, it's taken over some. We put a significant amount of that money, probably about almost 25%, towards outfitting new police cars. Right, the town pays the police vehicles out of the capital budget, and then we outfit them with computers and cages and medical kits and radios and lights, all of that stuff. Most for probably the past 7 or 8 years, almost exclusively out of that Elam Park money. So that'll be a hurdle to overcome. Like Sean, I have no reason to think that they're not going to do it this year. But we're, when I first got here, I think I started on January 3rd, and by like January 10th, I was down at Elam Park meeting the good folks there, and they were handing me a check for, I think back then it was about $130,000. So, it is what it is. Again, that would be something, we'd have to make that gap up somewhere if it doesn't come to fruition. So, yeah, I'll give you the thumbnail. I apologize. We have had the opportunity to spend some time together, at least one late evening, because we've been involved with the contract negotiations. Just for those of you who don't know my background, I started the police academy in Hartford in 1990, so I've got just over 34 years under my belt now. I did 21 years in Hartford, retired as an assistant chief at the end of 2010, and started here in January of 2011. Like Jack, I thoroughly enjoy my job. It's a great community. It's been very welcoming to me, and we've been here for a while. I grew up in Wolcott, where my sister and my father still live, and graduated from Holy Cross in Waterbury, so kind of had some connections to the area, although once I went up to Yukon, I didn't really come back. I never lived back down in this way. I live in Avon now with my wife. We're somewhat empty nesters. My youngest child is 21 and a college student still, so that's kind of the background on me. We have, as you know from our marathon contract negotiation session there, or executive session over some contract issues, the police department has been struggling for the last couple of years to maintain our authorized strength of 48. I know that if you've really jumped into the numbers here, you'll notice that there is a 49th position. I've been here 13 years. It's never been funded. So we are, and again, as I kind of tongue-in-cheek mentioned, I think when I first met you all, you could authorize me to go to 51 or 52 officers right now. I'd never have to worry about paying for it because I can't keep 48 right now. I think I mentioned during the executive session, on this Wednesday coming up, I'll be interviewing final interviews for 3 candidates, all of whom I expect to offer jobs to, which would have gotten us to 48. But in the interim, the officer that I'm almost positive I mentioned this during our executive session, who was going to leave to go to North Haven, literally the morning after I met with you, submitted his notice, and his last day of work here is actually on Monday, and he gets sworn in North Haven on Tuesday. So I'll be offering 3 people the job on Wednesday, and still be 1 short. So, and just again for the folks who maybe when I offer some, so the Police Academy in New Britain, which is the next available academy class, starts April 26th. We're up to about 26 weeks, almost 6 months exactly, of basic academy training. So by the time these folks roll around, think November 1st, sometime around then for a graduation. And then by regulation and mandate, they have to do 12 weeks of field training. So that takes November, December, January. So around February 1st of next year, assuming that all 3 of them make it through the academy and then their field training, they'll actually be able to come out on the streets in Cheshire and drive the police car around by themselves. But that counts as full staffing, even though they're not here, right? People say, "Oh, are you at full staffing?" And I say, "Well, I'm only 1 short." But if 3 of those people are still in the academy, the practical effect is that they're not available to patrol the streets, and won't be for quite some time. So we're really behind the 8 ball when it comes to that. And I think on paper, right, it's a full-time position. You get paid training here. They are full-time Town of Cheshire police officers. They just go to the police academy for their first 6 months and then ride around. We actually have 2 people on field training right now. If you've happened to have seen a cruiser around town or an officer on a call, and there's 2 of them there, we have 2 officers in the field training right now. And on April 4th, I think it is, we have another officer graduating from the Waterbury Police Academy who will start his field training, by the end of that week. So that's kind of where we are, personnel-wise. Again, we have some things that we discussed in the executive session that I'm hoping will start to stem the flow there. The number of people now who will be, I think, as Jack mentioned, hired by the Cheshire Police Department, trained here by statute. They have to work here at 2 years from the date of their certification, and their certification doesn't fully kick in until they're done with their field training. So it's almost 3 years if you round it up. And by the way, that doesn't prevent them from leaving. Just means if they leave for another police department in Connecticut, we have the right to ask for that department to reimburse us for some of the training cost. But again, that number is now up to 10, so we've hit double digits. So police officers that we've hired, trained here, and who have left for, as Jack pointed out, for departments that have a defined benefit pension plan. So again, we've discussed some issues at executive session that hopefully will start to address that. So again, looking at those numbers, I always try to guess what you're going to ask me and end up never getting it right. So I usually at this point just open it up to your questions, because if I guess and get them all, somebody will think of something to ask me anyway. So again, the budget's an open book here, no pun intended. There's nothing, I don't think we have any real significant, it's a very much a status quo budget. There may have been some things we moved around a little bit. Like Jack, I also have responsibility for the animal control, which is a separate budget here, and the Prison Advisory Commission, which is like a $500 item in there. So again, happy to answer any questions that you have, about anything, and then we'll talk about the capital stuff after that, unless you wanted me to touch on that now.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. I must say, being around town a lot, and I see your officers around, and you have a very good crew there. They're very friendly. They're very helpful to people. I've seen it firsthand, and I appreciate the police officers in this town. So, like I told Jack, I said public safety is the most important thing to me, to this town, to the residents and the businesses. So, I don't have any issues with funding you guys properly. Did have one question regarding animal control, because this past year has put a strain on, animal control. Can you touch a little bit on that? Because I'm sure that there's been a lot of costs involved in that to us, and I know that you have a good crew of volunteers who spend a lot of time there. I've personally talked to a number of people who volunteer there, and I know it's put a strain on there, but I know the animal control officer, April, has done a great job there. But if you can just touch a little bit on that?
Yeah, so again, for those of you who don't know, we had a significant animal cruelty investigation probably about 18 months ago it started. We had a couple of allegations of the son of somebody who owned dogs in town who had killed a couple of puppies, somebody with some mental health struggles. And then the investigation kind of morphed into the fact that we believe this person was running kind of a puppy mill, out of a residence. As a consequence, when we made the arrests, we seized 28 dogs, and because they're part of the animal cruelty investigation, they're treated almost like evidence. It's not like, hey, we found a roaming dog, we brought it to the pound, we put a notice in the paper for 7 days that we found this dog, and at the end of that, we're free to adopt the dog out. That's kind of the way that would work if we found an unlicensed kind of roaming dog. So we had an obligation to keep those dogs. We're well into the process now of trying to negotiate a settlement. But what started out as 28 dogs is now 32, because they do puppy things when they're all locked in the same cages together. It's been as Mr. Walsh pointed out, if it wasn't for the volunteers, this number would be much larger. But people they really step up they volunteer their time, first of all. So being able to have a presence in the animal control facility. When, again, April Lyler has been the animal control officer here for about 25 years now. She's a full-time employee. Then we have one other who's kind of a part-time employee, but he does work, God, I can't remember, like 25 hours a week. But that's it. It's just the two of them. So the volunteers really, really step up and give them the opportunity to have, they come in and they do laundry and they feed the animals and so it's really great. The other thing they do is they donate a lot of food primarily in addition to their time. So again, I'm hoping to get some resolution to this within the next month or so. But again, it's in court. The person was arrested. The owner of the dogs was arrested had other charges with another agency. So it's been very difficult to try to work out any kind of settlement here. But we're probably 75% of the way to being able to do that. Some of the dogs will be returned, unfortunately, under advice of our, part of a settlement between a bankruptcy attorney. Some of you may know this, but in Connecticut now the dogs have an attorney, an animal advocate, essentially, who is an actual attorney. And then the town's attorney who's trying to work on the details. So, it's been a shame because the dogs they've been there for a long time. They're not socialized. This is not going to be. I anticipate that some will be adopted out and quickly returned to us because they've been raised in cages and in the animal control facility. So they've not had an extensive amount of time around people. They're not housebroken. We do our best. April does her best, and again, the volunteers do great work. But the bottom line is the dogs are still there. So it's been a challenge. The overtime associated with it, just because they have to come in more often. It's, as you can imagine, you're coming in to feed one or two dogs that we typically would have there, or you're coming in to feed 30. It just takes more time and stuff like that. So I don't know if that answers your question. That's just kind of what we have sitting there right now.
No, it does, and I appreciate you explaining that out to us, because I actually had the opportunity to go and visit, and you know, somebody had complained that it smelled like wet dogs in there. Well, I said, because there's wet dogs in there. I mean,
Yeah.
but I think it's kept neat and clean and very appropriate as best you can be. Now, there's costs involved in us, obviously. Any of that reimbursable, or, I mean, can we attach any kind of to the person who is charged, whether they have money or not, I don't know, but is there any chance of us getting any kind of reimbursement for this?
Typically, there is a boarding fee that we would charge, but if you caught my explanation there, one of the people, the attorney that we're primarily negotiating with, this is a bankruptcy attorney, and it's not the town that's bankrupt, it's the other party. So I'm not holding my breath for any major windfall coming back to the town as a result of the settlement. You know, at this point, to be honest with you, I just want the dogs out of there. It's best for them, and you know, hopefully we can get, again, some resolution to that within the next 6 weeks or so.
Thanks, Chief, and thanks for all you do. As Don said, we're very grateful to the safety and the security that we all enjoy here in Cheshire, so thank you. Just trying to understand the number of officers again. So you have 35 full-time officers, but you're authorized to, or your full staff would be 48. I'm a little confused. I just wanted to understand how the numbers work.
Yeah, I can help with that just a minute. It's probably best to go to page 86
80?
of the book, which is
Yeah.
the staffing summary.
Yeah.
The first, we say officers, but there are, lieutenants and sergeants, and there's detectives. So the way you see them listed in the actual detailed book later in pages,
Yeah.
those sworn officers, including the chief and deputy chief, start at the top there. The first 5 lines on page 86,
Yeah.
you'll see 1 chief, 1 deputy chief, 3 lieutenants, 8 sergeants, and 35 officers. Now, the officers will include detectives and others, except for the detective sergeant. But that totals up to 48.
And that's 48 is what you consider to be a full staff?
48 is, 48 and has been for some time. What Chief referenced before, although actually I think this year or last year we finally took it out of the budget detail, but for many, many years, my first 5 years here and then for years before, there was a 49th authorized position. It would show up as an authorized 49th officer, but then a $0 attached to it. You'd have to, I don't know, the tradition of that started before I started here, but it was basically a request to have, but just wasn't funded. And then at a certain point, I just took that out because we're either going to fund it or we're not. I just thought it was confusing.
Okay. And you're saying of those 3 or so are really not active at all? They're in training. So you're
Yeah, so right now there's well, as of Monday, there'll be 4 vacancies.
okay.
2 officers in field training and 1 about to graduate from the academy. So yeah, the real number is a little bit low.
It is impressive that you've been able to maintain with the challenges you have, the staff at those levels, so it's.
Yeah. Look, we have minimum staffing in the for the patrol division. So there's always a minimum of 3 officers and a supervisor and a dispatcher working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If somebody calls in sick or is away at training, we hire overtime, to maintain that 3 there. But, look, it's a double-edged sword, right? We make the budget. We've had over the last couple of years, we've even had surpluses, sometimes pretty significant ones that we give back. But it's due to the payroll savings associated with these vacant positions. So, at the end of the day, if we're 3 people short for an extended period of time and we save, $100,000, because of that, we're only spending maybe $40,000 of it on overtime to kind of make up the difference. But as I've told you before, like, everybody right now, all the specialty officers are on a rotation. So the traffic officer, one of the two traffic officers is coming back to patrol in April, and he'll do a month in patrol. We've just had, some of you I'm sure have kids in the schools. Both the SROs have rotated out. We try to only do them one at a time, but they've both had to go back to patrol. In February, the court liaison officer and evidence officer was pulled out. He did a month in patrol. We're allowed to do that by contract. But, again, the end result is we end up being at that minimum staffing, I would say easily 85 to 90% of the time, where the number of people working is the 3 officers on patrol, the 1 sergeant, maybe one, sometimes the dispatcher. Sometimes there's 2 dispatchers, but as far as out on the road, it's less than that. And again, look, like during the day, we're not a volunteer organization, but during the day, there's the traffic officers are generally working, although one of them, when he's in traffic, works second shift. But, the training officers are around, the detectives are around. We can, if something major happens, we can put together, plus all the, the deputy chief, myself, the 3 lieutenants, we're all on administrative, pretty much daytime schedules also. Something happens during the day, we can get bodies there, relatively quickly. And again, we have a pretty robust mutual aid, although we don't often have to do it, although last night one of our officers went to Southington for about an hour to help them out with apparently a crowd control situation they had at one of their nightlife establishments. So, we make do, and again, like I said, double-edged sword, the payroll savings has allowed us to maintain a surplus over the last couple of years, even though we've been short-staffed. So, but I'd rather get to full staffing. I think that would be ideal. And again, as Jack mentioned, and I think I touched on in one of our previous meetings, the tail's in the tape, right? We'll see what calls for service and things start coming different for the fire department. I think, you kind of know, hey, there's going to be 300 apartments and 180 homes. That's going to be X number of extra calls. We don't really know that as much. There is a lot of retail theft going on in Connecticut right now and nationally. So we add, several hundred square feet of retail space. I'm sure we'll have that'll have some impact, but I think it's even less of a science for the police department than it is for the fire department as to deciding, okay, once we get to X, we need to add 2 more officers. And again, as Jack said, if you want, even, if we wanted to go to 1 extra officer on patrol every day, it's not just adding 3 extra, 1 for each shift, then their days off and training. It's you practically have to add 6 to get that extra coverage there. So, it's been a constant thing. And again, this isn't just Cheshire, right? This is every police department around the state and even nationally. It's a huge concern. I was just saying to Sean yesterday, I don't know where the people who quit their jobs during COVID, what are they doing now? I have no idea. I would have thought that by now they'd come back into the workforce. And if they are, they're just not coming to public safety positions. So, it's been a constant grind. The hiring process just hasn't stopped. Probably, we've been at 48 for about 6 months in the past 6 years.
Well, public safety is not an easy career. Years ago, and I probably told you this before, my dad was a police officer, and this was in the 50s and 60s and 70s, and what he told me when I was growing up was, you can do anything you want, but you can't become a police officer. And that was then.
Yeah.
And so I can't imagine how much harder it is now. So thank you.
If I could just quickly add, and just to orient folks again to the budget books, that page 86, as I said, again, those are really rank positions, if you will. As you go through to the 3 main divisions, when the chief started here, as he said before, he had kind of reorganized the budget into kind of a much more, I think, understandable way in terms of these 3 main divisions: administration, patrol, and support services. So as you go forward, that first page on 87, you have the administration, which also then includes your civilian positions, the dispatchers, and the records folks. The next page on 80, I guess the top of page 90, You'll see all of the patrol position. Again, this is just how they're budgeted. What Neil was speaking to before is when there's a vacancy and people have to flex over to what he was calling specialty assignments. Those, for the most part, are contained on page 92. Again, those are still officers and they're sergeants and lieutenants, as you see. But those are your detectives. Again, these aren't specialty, like these are optional assignments in any way, shape, or form. But these are the other positions, including those 2 SRO positions, that with minimum staffing on patrol are the first to have to rotate people through and back off and pull folks from, again, we try to pull the SRO positions last, but there's been times we've had to do it or rotate through because we try to keep that continuity. But the reality is the minimum staffing for patrol is going to remain the first operational priority. So I don't know if you wanted to touch on anything more there, but just explaining the way the police department's structured.
Yeah, I mean, that's the, the patrol force is the backbone of any police department. As you can see, they're the biggest one with the most people. They're the ones who are out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they're assigned over the 3 shifts based on seniority. Again, as Sean, we refer to them as specialty assignments, but that's more. It's more for internal. It basically means they're not in patrol. For purposes of the police department. But again, we have 4 detectives, although we're running short one right now due to a retirement back at the end of December. 2 traffic officers. One of them is basically the administrative traffic officer, handles all the permits, handles the police vehicle fleet. So I'm the traffic authority, but that means that police officers, our traffic officers actually go out and replace signs, traffic signs, things like that. When that's not a public works function. We have a little trailer with a post hole digger, and if I think somebody here maybe sent an email to Noel a couple of weeks ago about a missing stop sign. So it's a police officer who goes out and replaces that. The other officer does mostly traffic enforcement, but again, he's only one person. Training officer, we have training mandates in an organization of 48 sworn people. It's constant. Everybody has to get 60 hours of recertification training every 3 years. Drug testing is now part of that. It's a full-time position that I couldn't do without. You can't administer the training function without a training officer. In addition to the fact that officer conducts a lot of the training that we do in-house. He's a firearms instructor, which is, again, something we have to do. He also has a number of other certifications. Plus, we have other officers, patrol and supervisors who, over the course of their careers, have said, you know what, I like, for example, we have somebody who's an EMT, so she does all our in-house medical and first aid and CPR training herself, which, saves us a little bit of money that we don't have to contract with somebody to do it, although the contract with Campion, or with Trinity now would require them to do, they do come in and do part of it, hazmat training and stuff like that. So, and then the two school resource officers are, again, something that we've discussed with the council in the past. We had one at the high school for a couple of years, and then after the Parkland shooting in Florida in 2014, we went with the additional officer at the middle school. And again, we have a great relationship with the community. I think the return on investment in having those officers there is fantastic. I wouldn't suggest pulling them ever, but for staffing reasons, we have to do it on occasion as things have it. So, that's kind of the thumbnail there. Again, I'm happy to answer any. There's a placeholder number in there for the contractual wage increases that we'll have to deal with. That accounts for the bulk of the increase in the salary line, and we'll just see how that plays out with the union over the course of negotiations.
Chief Kasner, Chief Drive, just again appreciate your service to our community. I spent a whole day in budget meetings yesterday at CCSU with our police department too, and so I was just looking on page 88, the maintenance agreements and network fees, those increases, and I know that our officers at Central, at least what was revealed to us, is the increase in costs in terms of technology. I'm guessing, are these technology costs for
Yeah,
those software that are required for coordinating materials, body cams, and all
Right.
that you are now required? The technology for police officers has changed incredibly
Yep.
in the recent decades.
We also have about, I think we're in year 3 now of, we did the council funded a major upgrade of our radio system. Took a long time to get it completed, but I think this is the 3rd year, right? Yeah, the 3rd.
This will be the 4th budget year, I think.
Is it? Okay, so it's the 4th year of a software maintenance agreement with Motorola to maintain that, and as you're obviously, that they don't do it at the same, it goes up a percentage every year, so that's actually a chunk of that 13,000. But yes, Axon does our body cameras, that's an ongoing thing, and again, you name it, everything has, right, our desktops, everything that we do now has a maintenance agreement associated with it. So that's 13,000 out of the 23,000 increase in the non-salary line.
And I would point out too, with the radio, we had this sort of dilemma when we had the radio upgrade project, and it's really a cross-departmental benefit. I think we talked about it at the council at the time. We could certainly pull that into general services if you wanted to. We have to pay the bill either way. But it supports the Board of Education, it supports Public Works, it supports Fire. We just decided it wasn't worth bifurcating some portion of that. We have to pay one annual contract to Motorola. But I just point out that's not strictly a police department expense. It's supporting the bus fleet, the Board of Education radio system, Fire, Public Works.
It's a cross I bear for the rest of the
I was gonna
departments, including the
teeing
fire
it up for you there,
department.
but right.
Thank you for taking one for the team, yeah.
We are the only 24/7, full-time department in the town, if I forgot to mention that also.
We were started in 1912. We've been here longer, just saying.
We don't play with them anymore. Cheaters.
Thanks, Chief. On overtime on 87, page 87, 5105, and I know that on page 90, the overtime on page 90 is the bulk of the overtime for the officers. So I'm assuming that the overtime on 87 is primarily dispatch. Am I correct in that or no?
It's actually, I'm glad you're pointing that, that was actually next on my list to point out. That, on page 87, we were, for overtime for the administration division, mostly dispatch, yes, it's about $40,000 estimated. The additional $15,000 is actually something that Neil's going to touch on just right now, as a proposal that we're working on for a accreditation manager, additional duties. And so maybe you could just touch on what accreditation is, but that accounts for about $15,000. We'll probably, what I would like to do if we support doing it, would be pull that out as actually a stipend, so it doesn't show as overtime, maybe in the same line, but that way you more clearly know what that is. The first proposal was to add it as overtime, and now we have, I think, a different proposal going forward.
Yeah, so part of the police accountability bill that the state passed in 2020 was that every police department become accredited, at least to state standards. So we were able to do that. There's 3 state tiers, they call them tiers: Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Tier 1 being the minimum and the most basic. We were kind of well along our way to. A lot of it is policies, making sure that your policies are up to date. So we were well along the way of meeting that. So we decided we would go for the Tier 3 accreditation, which is the highest level from the state. But getting accredited in the first place now puts you on this clock of having to be reaccredited every 3 or 4 years, which involves obviously maintaining all those policies, plus providing what they refer to as proofs. I think the easiest one to just as an example. So we have a policy on handcuffing prisoners, right? You handcuff people behind their back, you double lock the handcuffs, you check it for fit. So when officers write a report where they've arrested somebody and handcuffed them, they write that they handcuffed them behind their back and they double lock the handcuffs and they checked it for fit. So we have to take periodically one of those reports that indicates that, and we have to save it. And it's an electronic, it used to be a paper file process, but we can do it electronically now and kind of drop that in the file with our handcuffing and prisoner transportation policy as a proof that we have the policy and we're following it. So maintaining the files now is quite a significant workload. We were able to, again, through the generosity of Elam Park, we were able to pay a consultant to help us with some of the policies, getting them up to speed. But now we need to have somebody maintain it. I have the ideal person in mind, but again, this is something that this was right. I know you guys love to hear it. It's an unfunded mandate from the state. Thou shalt be accredited. Good luck. And the second part of that is, and thou shalt maintain your accreditation. My executive assistant right now is a retired police sergeant from a state agency. His last role there was as the administrative sergeant. He's ideal for this role, to be the accreditation manager. Many other departments, including some our size, are hiring full-time people for this. I shared with Sean a couple of weeks ago. The town of Wethersfield just advertised for somebody. Their starting salary, I think, was it was over $60,000. And they're looking to have a full-time person. And I read the job description. It looks like this is all that we'll be doing, is the accreditation piece. I think we can accomplish it with the number I asked for was a $15,000 stipend. We have a memorandum of understanding that's been approved by the Labor Council, and it'll have to go to the union to see if they would agree to do it. But we were struggling with how to accomplish it. And originally, I told Sean, I think if we put $15,000 extra in overtime into the overtime account, I'll just have them do overtime to do it. But then we, after putting our heads together with Jamie Lemire and the labor attorney, we decided that a stipend would be the better way to accomplish it. So that's kind of, and I think by the time we worked that out, the budget books had already been printed. So I think that's why Sean has that number slightly reduced. But again, you see the stipend line is kind of right underneath there. That's kind of where we would like to put it. So I mean, it's the same amount. It's just how we pay it would be different.
Thank you. And yes, Sean, I think that would be appropriate to, let's pull it out of overtime and get that back to the 40, which represents the true dispatch overtime. Last question, Chief. What is our current, and I know it's a moving target, but let's, pick your number, 46, 47, 48 officers. What does that make our officer to citizen ratio? And do you know how that compares with other communities that are similar?
Yeah, somewhere in here there's a.
In fact, you don't have to give me an exact number as to what it is, but how do we compare officer to citizen wise, so to speak?
We're very close. There's a number of police departments around the state that have anywhere between 45 and 50 officers. Bloomfield, Farmington, Glastonbury, Guilford, places like, and you would think roughly the populations are pretty much the same. We sometimes get that prisoner bounce, right? If you Google Cheshire population, it includes the however many inmates there are now. There used to be like 2,000 of them. We're lucky if there's 500 there now. But I think we're very close to a lot of similarly situated towns, population-wise. I think again, the devil's in the details, right? You can, Newtown, right, is the biggest land mass, I think. Newtown and Glastonbury, there's 66 square miles. So we're about half the size. But again, Route 10 from one side to the other. Unlike our colleagues in the fire department, we do not spend a lot of time on the highway. We'll go if the state police ask us to go up there. But that is not, like, we don't investigate accidents or take medical calls or anything like that on the highway. We would go to the prison, but the state police actually have jurisdiction there, so maybe we respond as first responders, but as soon as they get there, we're not doing an investigation or anything like that. So we have different challenges, but look, again, we've discussed this, like in the context of the traffic study and how that all plays out. We're going to add, several thousand residents maybe altogether when all the apartments are online, and a significant retail center with looks like restaurants and retail. If that north end, basically there's a south end officer, there's a central officer, and there's a north end officer, like 1, 2, and 3. If the north end officer is spending more and more time up where a lot of the activity and stuff is, which I would expect them to spend their time, ideally, we'd probably want to increase the department size a little bit so that we could get the right number of people in the patrol division, so that we could increase the minimum staffing from 3 to 4, so that we could have 4 officers and a supervisor on duty all the time. I can get you the ratio number there.
Yeah, I have something from before, from ICMA, in terms of just sort of a broad base, which communities across the country, as you can imagine, rural versus more urban, you're going to have a wide variety. But an article that I had seen before had the average, I'm just pulling it up here, 1.8 officers per 1,000 population, up to between 1.8 and 2.6, and 1.8, if you just do the quick math there for Cheshire, 1.8 would be 1.8 times 29 for 29,000 is 52.2 sworn officers. So we're a little bit below sort of the nationwide minimum. Again, I haven't done the numbers on 2.6, but it's probably between 52 and about 60 to 65 officers that you could justify with the population. But as was said earlier, every community is very different.
Yeah.
Residential, commercial mix, and all of that. Of course, it's not an exact science, but we're by no means on the high side of the number of officers for a community our size. If anything, we're towards the lower end of that average.
Thank you.
Simsbury's another town, by the way, about the same number of police officers, very similar demographically, population.
So we're in line with what other communities,
Yeah,
similar communities.
I'd say we trend to the bottom of the range, but we're not, we're not sitting here going, oh my God, we only have 30,000 cops or something, or 30 cops in, that population, so, yeah.
To both of you guys, please pass along to your departments, your respective departments, the gratitude of the council, because we appreciate everything both of your departments do, so thank you.
I have one last question, has to do with just comparative, because that's where I'm going to do a lot of my learning with where Cheshire sits with our budget and our population, and national trends of lowering crime and socioeconomic factors having strictly to deal with Cheshire as compared to the towns that we have the same population as, or the same, I guess, general breakdown of needs, commercial, industrial, residential. How does Cheshire fit in with the towns that we've been given, Guilford, Simsbury? Socioeconomically, different crimes happen in different communities depending on economic factors. How does Cheshire sit in that stratosphere? Do we have generally a certain type of crime that happens here that we're studying more? I know catalytic converters were hot for a minute, but they've tapered off a little bit. What do we deal with generally with crime as a bulk of our issue?
So larceny, theft, basically, and that's everything from catalytic converters. Shoplifting is something that's kind of popping up a little bit more frequently now. We get a lot of identity theft, forgery, fraud type complaints. Somebody's lost a check or put a check in their mailbox, it's been stolen, and instead of $300 to their landscaping company, it's $3,000 to somebody they've never heard of, things like that. We're very fortunate. I think our crime numbers are significantly lower than some of the other towns.
And less violent.
Yeah, very few violent crimes in town. But, you know, look, we've had a robbery or two pretty much over the last couple of years. You know, they're mostly strong-arm type, you know, threats of force rather than actual force. We have domestic violence incidents, just like everyone else. You know, if you look in the monthly report, you see those numbers and how they trend and compare year to year. You know, they're very low, I think, for a town our size. You know, we don't like. You know, Farmington has the same roughly number of police departments, about the same size, but you know, they have the West Farms Mall, they have Tungus Community College, they have the whole Yukon Health Center, although some of the, like Yukon Health Center has its own police department, you know, as part of the Yukon Police, and, you know, so there's a lot of back and forth there. But something like the West Farms Mall, in addition to, you know, retail outlets that can be stolen from, it's the traffic generator too, so you get a lot more volume of traffic and car accidents and things like that too. So we try to, it's difficult, as Jack said, to say, you know, and again, we have large swaths still of, you know, commercial nurseries, right? You know, farmland for all intents and purposes, which I think a lot of communities don't have that anymore. A lot of it's been developed and built out. So I think we're fortunate. People look and say, "Ooh, 33 square miles, but only 29,000 people. That's not bad." But again, the demographics of town are what they are. So I think it's one of the things that attracts people to want to come and live here. So.
I just have a couple of quick questions and then just some comments for you, Chief. Going back to the animal control budget real quick, when did it start that we had the additional dogs? Was that in 2023 fiscal year, or was it not quite that long ago?
It was late in calendar 22, so it would have been.
So
it wasn't just last fiscal year; it was the year before that we took the dogs into custody, so to speak.
Late. So that was 20. No, that wasn't 2023. That was.
It was. Fiscal
it was
23.
Fiscal 23. Okay.
Yeah, we've
Okay.
had them for all of fiscal 24
You did,
thus
okay.
far. Yeah.
Okay. I just was.
I'm
in looking,
hoping that we don't have them in fiscal 25.
Right. And looking at the cost difference between fiscal year 23 and the ask this year, it's not, I mean, the difference really is, I kind of expected to be more. I mean, looking at the program materials, which is like dog food and stuff, it's a $1,400 difference between fiscal year 23 and this year's ask.
Yep.
And then the veterinary services is only about $445. So I just was curious as to, I mean, it's obviously it's more, but it's maybe, you know,
Yeah.
is that due to all the volunteer
Primarily
efforts and
due
stuff?
to the volunteers, yeah.
It is.
The food thing is, you know, as you can imagine, feeding that
Right.
many dogs all the time. So,
Right.
I mean, people very, very generous with their, not only their time, but their fiscal resources and you know, so they're going and buying food and bringing it to the dog pound and donating it.
Yeah, it must be
To
enormous.
the tune of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it must be enormous. I mean,
Yeah.
anyone has a dog, I mean, these are
Yeah.
more than your annual cost.
Yeah.
By far. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just one dog.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. As far as the a comment about this, the vertical book we call it, right, Sean?
Sure.
There's a lot of good information in this book, if you know, for the general public or all the people watching today. There's a lot of great information in here about all the work that our various departments do. You know, for the police department in particular, you guys indicates 40,000 incidents this past, or I guess per year. So that's like 110 per day.
Yeah. No, but that counts for.
What is an incident?
Yeah, well, that's it. So that's everything that we do. So, what'd you say?
I said location checks.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So, I mean, everything from location checks to medical calls to car accidents. You know, pretty much every time a police officer is sent somewhere or called to the station to do, somebody's come in, it counts as an incident. So it's, yeah. And again, a location check, like on the midnight shift, the officers do a lot of location checks. So they pull into, one of the parking lots of the shopping centers down in the south end. They drive around the building. Maybe if there's been an issue, they get out and check the doors and things like that. They log it in as a location check. If we're having issues with, we did a lot of location checks when we're having the catalytic converter thefts at all the auto dealerships. And we try to do them in the neighborhoods too, because a lot of the cars that have been stolen from people's driveways, unfortunately. We just had one last weekend where, somebody's car was left again with the key in it in their driveway, and somebody ran up the driveway, door was open, jump in it, put your foot on the gas, press the button. If the car starts, off you go. So we do location checks to address that too. But again, it's pretty much everything that you can think of, a bad check case, a shoplifter at Stop and Shop or Marshall's,
Right.
car accident.
Still 110 per day, it's a lot. Seems like a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I noticed also in the vertical book there, it indicates from the 2022 to 2023, there's an increase of 38% in the motor vehicle arrests. That's just, an arrest is just a ticket, first of all, right?
Yeah.
But that's a pretty big increase, it seems like. Is that, I mean, which is interesting given that we're having sort of, the staffing issue and, how are you able to?
It's a little bit of an artificial, I would think, because during COVID, right during the pandemic, we told everybody to stop.
Oh, true, yeah.
All but the very worst offenders, right? Because, remember, like March of 20, it was like, oh, God, you hand me your driver's license and you have COVID, then 3 days later I'm on a respirator in the hospital. As we've kind of evolved away from that a little bit, we're trying to get the numbers back up, but they're not where they were pre-COVID, but we're, and again, that's a statewide trend. One of the other things I do is sit on the Racial Profiling Advisory Board for the state, and this is an issue related to staffing and COVID and everything else that's been, traffic stops in this state are down. We're down at one point about 50% from where they were as a high. A lot of it associated with the state police staffing issues that they've been having. So we're trying to get that back up. It is still, again, for those of you who are relatively new to the council, it is still the number one thing that if a resident takes the time to go on the website, find my phone number or my email address, it's traffic, and 90% of those are speed related.
Right.
We get some congestion complaints too. Anybody who's driven down there when the high school is getting in or out can attest to that, but I would say probably 90% of the complaints I actually get from people who take the time to call or email are speed related.
Right. So, 40,000 incidents, this year, projecting 600 vehicle arrests, sometimes we hear comments like, well, the police department isn't really, they're not stopping people. It's just, it just isn't true. I mean, you guys are just constantly at work.
Look, we harp on it to the
Yeah.
chagrin of the officer sometimes, but, it's, again, if that's the thing that your residents are complaining about, we have an obligation to address that. It's, one of the things I'm never comfortable with is that, well, there aren't any accidents on this street. Why are you always out here doing stuff? Well, we're trying to prevent the accident from happening in the first place. I think we'd be remiss if we just waited until there was an accident before we sent people out there. And again, I would never say that to a resident. Oh, ma'am, you're calling about speeding on your street when your kids are walking to the bus stop? Yeah, but we don't really have any accidents over there, so we're not going to come out and do anything about it. We do our best to be responsive to the concerns of the residents.
Right. And you had recently come before us for the grant having to do with like an enhanced motor vehicle, I forget what you called it.
Yeah, rural
What was
roads
the status of
enforcement.
that?
Yeah,
Or what's
we have the grant funding is released,
Okay.
and we're working on the equipment purchases and also putting together a plan to get some additional enforcement out on the road that we'll see hopefully within the next. I'd kind of held off a little bit until the weather kind of got a little bit warmer. Hopefully the spring will be more fruitful for us doing that. But again, look, the speed limit on most of our streets in town is 25 miles an hour. So I hate to say it, but everybody goes over. Try driving 25 miles an hour someday just as an exercise, and you realize how painfully slow you're going. But yeah, we were approved for the grant. We have the funding, and we're working on the equipment purchases right now.
Right, okay. Thank you. And as everyone said, appreciate all the work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick question for you. First off, thank you both chiefs for being out here on this Saturday. You both are doing a tremendous job. We really appreciate all that you do over the years of your service. The town does have issues, but we're glad that you're both here to help us work through them all. So thank you for all that you do. Just a quick question, Chief Dreyfus. Someone asked me about this the other day, and so I thought, while I'm here, I have an opportunity to ask you, are you seeing in your enforcement any increase in the amount of, for example, drunk driving arrests, anything like that, drinking arrests? Because I know someone raised the issue of, we're all familiar with the issue of the nip bottles that we're finding all over town, and the increase in the number of some of those bottles. And I was just curious, clearly some streets have more of their volume of the nip bottles being thrown out the window and accumulating on them. And I'm just curious if you're finding if there's any increase in the number of drunk driving arrests or stops, anything of that nature.
We haven't had a significant increase. It's been fairly steady the last several years. Obviously, if you follow the statewide trend there, these wrong way accidents on the highway, the state is making a big push here about maybe lowering the blood alcohol level to be considered impaired, because statewide, I think Connecticut's in like the bottom 5 or something like that of states that when you take your fatal accidents and how many of them are alcohol related, it's quite a high number. That's what I mean by the bottom 5, like the worst, not the best. But we haven't seen a significant increase or decrease for that matter. It fluctuates a little bit from year to year, but it hasn't doubled or anything like that. But yeah, look, again, a function probably of limited nightlife opportunities, right? People, although that's a double-edged sword too. Like if people are going out of town to celebrate or drink and then driving back into town, you would expect that maybe we'd have some, but not a significant increase or decrease over the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you. I know at least, and maybe just because we're talking about it more as far as the number of nip bottles that we're seeing around and how we're going to address that from a cleanup standpoint. But ultimately, the question was whether that was translating into any kind of additional drunk driving. But okay.
Again, look, I think that's been a problem for decades, those
Right.
little bottles. But
Right.
once everybody saw that on the news the last couple of years,
Now it's a big issue.
And now you're hyper. You notice it everywhere
Right.
you go. Yeah.
Cheshire
And-
sells over 300,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
1,000
Yeah.
a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is truly amazing. It's not as we've seen the number that just a town like Cheshire sells and gets credited for from the state is quite an astronomical number. So, but anyway, I just wanted to see if there was any correlation and maybe it's just more of awareness on the bottle side of it. But someone had raised that question with me, and whether we're seeing these people. If I'm seeing those bottles on my street, does that mean that I'm seeing more drunk drivers on my street? So, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to thank you both for coming and giving this great presentation. It's really informative. Chief, I have a question for you circling back to the accreditation. First of all, thank you for taking the time to become accredited in the first place. I can only imagine that was quite the process. My question for you, when you initially did that, was that a certified officer who had to be kind of pulled out of your staffing in order to achieve that? And this stipend for the accreditation manager, is that also a certified officer, or did you mention just retired and serving only as a manager, not somebody who would be coming off of the streets?
Right. So it was actually my executive assistant. So it's a civilian
Okay.
position. Yeah. So we wouldn't be looking at it. So we were unfortunate in a way to have about a year and a half ago. At one point, we had 5 people on light duty due to injuries. So we got quite a bit done there. And if I didn't mention, I apologize, but we were able to use some of the Elam Park money to pay a consultant to help us with the actual rewriting of the policies. And the initial stages of accreditation are that, getting your policies up to the standard that the state has set. So we were fortunate that the administrative lieutenant has done quite a bit of this, taken the lead on it. But and again, to be frank with you, what happened obviously with the police accountability bill, as was mentioned earlier, the body camera footage. Now, the administrative lieutenant has to manage that now also, and any freedom of information requests that come in for that, which is a significant burden. So he can't do it. He can't do all, those are two significant things that have come up in the last 4 years since the police accountability bill, accreditation and body cameras. And it's just, there's only so much that one person can do. So, and again, the last thing I would want to do is especially since we've been struggling to get to that 48 sworn staffing, is have a sworn officer do it. It's administrative work, and a civilian employee can do it, and at least as well, if not better, in some circumstances. So, yeah, the stipend would go to my administrative assistant, who is not a sworn police officer.
Thank you. Do you anticipate the recreditation to be as labor-intensive or a little bit more streamlined now that you kind of know what to anticipate?
So there's two pieces to that. In order to get everybody accredited for the first time within the timeline set in the Police Accountability Act, we were able to, it was basically the state did a policy review. They didn't check the proofs that I mentioned earlier. When we go for reaccreditation, they want to see the proofs. So we have to start doing that, which is a different hurdle. The other thing is, like, we've met the state accreditation standards, but the gold standard, for law enforcement accreditation is kind of international. It's the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies. We call it CALEA. And I would like to go for CALEA accreditation rather than just stay status quo with the state accreditation. So that's another set of, they're very similar standards, but it is a different set of standards that we would have to meet. So again, it's kind of, there's going to be more to it than the process of just getting accreditation in the first place, because the steps for reaccreditation are building on that initial accreditation.
Thank you. I appreciate all of those efforts. I feel that it's really important that we are following best practices, and so I know this has been intensive for you guys, and I just really appreciate all the efforts that you've put for that. And also with respect to the body cams, I know that's been somewhat of a challenge, and the data and the requirements for that have been a challenge, but I also feel that the transparency is critical for yourself and also for the community. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude.
Yeah, thank you. And we've had good luck with the the council has funded to no small expense the upgrades of the body cameras. We had them before the law went into effect, mandating them, but we have had way more. Are you sure that's how it happened? Come in and look at the body camera footage. Then we've had, okay, officer, you did something wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm grateful to have them, and as we get further and further down the road, it's just like it was a big change for somebody like me. I mean, I never had there weren't cameras on the streets. There was no Zoom doorbells and everything like that, to now young officers starting, they wear it every day. They've never been a police officer without having a camera on them and in the car and at every residence they go to and every business, and depending on where they work, every street that they drive down. So, it's been critical, and, it wasn't a volunteer effort, right? It was a mandate, another mandate. At least the state funded the initial part of that one, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to be excused.
Don, good thing you're not there, yeah? Yeah.
It's terrible.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Good luck. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Keep us posted, Jack.
This has to do with a question still sticking to the state accreditation. You said that it was the initial was partially funded by the state. Monies were given to help with the accreditation?
No.
So with legislature, when it passes and the state mandates us to accomplish something as an entire state, each municipality participating in it, the accreditation group that you use, is that a state group? Are they private groups?
So the consultant that we used,
Yeah, like who gives you the accreditation? Who checks
Okay,
your
yeah.
paperwork and,
right, so the state does that. The Police Officer Standards and Training Council is the one who comes out and inspected to make sure that our policies met the standards.
and there's a cost to the administration of putting that paperwork together and submitting it?
Yeah, it's an administrative function in the police department that we absorbed doing, but there was.
And none of that was funded by the state? No grants were given, no. Do we have any, is there any legislature going forward to maybe ask for funding from the state to keep that accomplished? Or is that something maybe we could speak to Liz Linehan?
So the state had expenses associated with it too, in that they had to add employees to the Police Officer Standards and Training Council in
Sure.
order to accomplish it.
So
Again,
they're passing that expense directly into the municipalities of that accreditation?
Yeah, I'm not sure that not in the same, like, for example, when they mandated body cameras, right? That you put out an RFP, you get a request back, hey, this is going to cost us $500,000 that the town has to come up with. There were some grants associated with that from the state to offset some portion of it. Not really the same way with the with the accreditation. It's because it's not really a physical thing that you're buying. But again, the staff time that we've had to
Man-hours.
dedicate it to, and the money that we spent from Elam Park in order to pay a consultant to help us out with it. Yeah, there was an expense to the town, and there was not a reimbursement program in the same way that there was for the body cameras from the state.
Is there a general amount that you could put on that process per year, if you had to?
I'm close to, that $15,000 number that I've
Okay.
asked for the stipend is roughly what I think it will be in, in staff hours going forward.
Is that generally across all municipalities that have to do the accreditation? Takes about,
Like I said, a lot of departments have hired staff to do this. Weathersfield's, but like I said, their starting salary is over $60,000 for the accreditation manager that they put. So again, I'm not 100% sure on how they've, what their organizational structure is. Maybe they didn't have somebody who could do it as an additional duty. We stole the idea from Naugatuck, to be frank with you. They have their chief's administrative assistant also serves as their accreditation manager and is paid a stipend for the extra work that she has to do to accomplish that. So there's different ways that different municipalities have done it.
but throughout it all has a set fixed value that it's costing each municipality money, and it's a state mandate, so.
Yeah. And if we go
Maybe we'll look into
right.
putting forward a request from the state to offset some of the costs that accreditation is passing on to the taxpayers.
Couldn't
Thank you
hurt.
so much.
You bet.
I have a follow-up question regarding the body cams. You mentioned that you're finding more incidences where when the footage is reviewed, it's, are you sure that it happened this way? And what you're finding is not so much that there was something nefariously done by the officers, but that the situation actually was as the report was written. Is there any data that we can refer to prior to the use of the body cams? I'm assuming there might have been more litigations against the police department for, suspicious behavior or whatever that might have been settled, whereas now having, the investment in the body cams could potentially be saving money because of transparency.
I would say in Cheshire, what we're dealing with is mostly either discourteous attitude or poor service complaints.
Okay.
Stuff that wouldn't necessarily result in litigation.
Okay.
Now, we've had some, we're in the middle of one now where somebody alleges a false arrest, and we've provided the body camera footage to the attorneys who are representing the department, and we'll see how that all works out. But like the most recent example that I can think of is a complaint we received about an officer on a traffic accident happened right at the exit of Veron Rondo there. and the person who spoke to the supervisor, who then documented the complaint, documented that the complainant said that this was the rudest person that she had ever encountered, meaning the police officer. And we watched the video, and I'm like, she was found at fault for the accident. It was pretty clear. There were witnesses and everything else, and she wasn't hearing that from the officer. And maybe, in parsing it all out, maybe he shouldn't have said that. He should have said this, but there was no profanity or anything like that. And that's the kind of thing that we're finding. It's, in the heat of the moment, somebody feels that they've been disrespected or not spoken to nicely, and once they've had a chance to cool down. But look, 10 years ago, that would have been, you said I was rude and I said I wasn't, and not sustained would be, unless there's a witness or something like that, where now we can resolve it to almost a certainty, like, hey, there's nothing, there's
Right.
no violation of policy here. So.
Right. So it's a bit more preventive in the future. We've been fortunate that in the past we haven't had any incidences that rose to the level of a large litigation against the department.
Yeah, again, fortunate that, again, we have very few, knock on wood.
Thank you.
I think you're done.
Do we want it?
Well, the only thing I would say is that, while the chief is here, although just respecting time too, it's up to you. But there's 3 capital items. One is the recurring police cruisers. We could probably touch on that in a matter of seconds or minutes, depending on if you have any questions. Although some years we've delved into that a little bit with styles of a vehicle and things like that. But we do have 2 larger capital requests, one related to the animal control facility itself, and one related to the prisoner cell renovations. This is an item for the newer folks that planning money of $75,000 was approved last year. Looks like we needed about $40,000 of that. The planning has been done. It's been presented to the Public Building Commission just last week. And because we had a placeholder in year 2 of about $400,000, that is not enough money. And that's why we had the planning money first. We had a placeholder in year 2 to figure out what this was going to actually cost. This last week, and I was presented a memo yesterday because the building committee, Public Building Committee, wants to forward the estimated cost to the council, grand total of $1.97 million. And so we wanted to kind of review that item either now or again, I don't know, if there's going to be subsequent capital meetings, we can do that, but the chief is here. Dan Bombero is not here, who of course is also a part of this as from the construction and public works side, public property side of things. But certainly cruisers and both items Neil has in the past presented, well, certainly the prisoner cells. We have some photos to explain to some of the newer members that kind of why that first came about last year. So happy to take your lead if you want us to present that now or how you'd want to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, you're here, right? So if you're ready to present it, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, as Sean said, look, you guys have been very generous. Your predecessors have been very generous. We've kind of hit on what I think is kind of a sweet spot at 4 cars per year.
Sorry, just to interrupt briefly, the page is 152 in the vertical book. That is, apologize, Chief, but that's the vehicle replacement fund, of which we have multiple departments. That's under general services. But page 153 is the actual police vehicle replacement request. So just so you can kind of follow along with the appropriation amounts. Sorry, thanks, Chief.
Yeah, the prices, I know, glad you're all sitting down, but prices of cars have gone up in the last couple of years. We took a big hit this year. I'm sure you've all seen, the Chevy Tahoe is kind of the car that we've been able to get the most readily. Ford has redesigned what most people would know as the Ford Explorer, which is kind of in the police package is called the Police Interceptor, and they're redesigning it again. Later this year, you'll see 2 Dodge Durangos, marked police cars, because we were able to get those when Ford was, our vendor was telling us that the Fords were going to be like a year out. Not quite the problems the fire department is having, but they were going to be a year out. So the number in the budget here is based on 4 new Chevy Tahoes. whether or not we end up with 4 Chevy Tahoes or, 2 Tahoes and an Explorer. The reason we keep buying one of the smaller vehicles, the Tahoe, for those of you who know, it's a really big vehicle. And I have some, police officers who are a lot smaller stature than that, and they're not comfortable driving it. It's a really big car to kind of maneuver around town and stuff. So we'll always have a need to buy a smaller vehicle too. So it'll be some combination of that, but we always try to keep it under the number there. The other thing to note, and again, for the new folks on the council, anytime you see an officer working an extra duty job at like a construction site and there's a police vehicle there with the lights on, the vendor is paying $30 an hour for us to have that car out there. And I just ran the report this morning. As of the 16th of this month, so fiscal year to date, we've billed $135,600 for that fee there. So that's revenue coming in. That until about 5 years ago, we had no revenue to offset the cost of the new cars. And last year, I don't want Jim to get too excited. But last year we billed $367,000 in cars because of, you'll all remember the fiber optic project that came through. And sometimes we had both Frontier and GoNet Speed in town hiring 6 or 7 officers a day. And they always wanted the car to go with it because they were usually moving around from place to place. So it's been a significant revenue item over the last couple of years. Again, the one caveat, if we get the 4 cars but we don't get the Elam Park money, I'm not sure how I'm going to outfit them, but we'll figure it out. So that's kind of, I'm happy to answer any questions about cars, but it's the same number that we've been asking for the, probably 5 out of the last 6 or 7 years.
Increase the rate of that, of the cost of, we were charging this for
We were
that
charging
service.
25, we went to $30 an hour. I think this is the second year.
That was just before the heavy year of need, I guess, when
Yep.
we raised it, right?
Yep.
Good timing on that.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Serendipity.
You use the older vehicles, correct, don't
Yes,
you? Yeah, so-
always. Yep. So the newer vehicles go they go into frontline use, whether it's an unmarked car that goes to a detective or one of the administrators. The new marked cars always go to the patrol division, and then the older ones. And again, we work closely with Public Works on that. They kind of let us know, hey, this car, you probably just want it. And we strip some of the equipment out to put it into the new vehicles. But yeah, the older cars are the ones that are out there sitting there on the construction sites.
Chief, just quick, you mentioned that obviously with, obviously floating as to which cars are available. Obviously you go to now with a Durango. Are you able to utilize some of the materials from older cars and refit those Durangos? Or like for a Durango, does that have to have a whole new system and everything put into it? Because it's not like what car that you've had before.
Yeah, some of the lights will fit into the new cars relatively easily. The big problem is the prisoner cage, right? The cage to transport the prisoner is kind of unique. It runs from the floor to the ceiling. It has to match kind of the ceilings there, the contours of the floor and the ceiling. So that ends up being a different expense. The computer itself is basically a ruggedized laptop. You can pull that out and put it, but sometimes the console that it goes on depends on where every car you get into now has a different way of, some have a column shifter, some have buttons, some have a little dial on the thing. It's like, if you rent a car, it takes you 5 minutes to figure out how to get out of the parking space. But it's the same thing with the cruisers. If we get the Durangos, we're going to have 3 different cruisers with 3 different drivetrain, ways to go. So short answer, some of the equipment we can salvage, some we cannot.
Sean or Chief, I'm not sure. I was not able to go to the building commission meeting. I was away when they talked about the prison improvements. And I am curious, I was the one who suggested that we fund the design this year to get a better handle on that. And I don't see, I'm not sure where to look for it, so you're going to give us an update. Okay.
It's really late breaking. Received yesterday, and they were talking about it last week. This is the memo I received. So what I'll do is I'm going to turn the TV on. Maybe Neil can give kind of a brief explanation of the request from the session last year and kind of where things stand, but also just really the reasoning behind.
Yeah, so the police department, again, we're happy there, but it is still a public building that is used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. It did happen when he turned the TV on too. It did. We have, people had the foresight when we built the police department. We have 11 cells for those of you who've never had a tour of the building. But they're over 30 years old now. Again, just a quick rehash. It doesn't meet the modern standards of like a modern police facility. If you were building a new police department now, you would not put the cells in that we have. We would like to cut down on the number. I've asked a lot of people over the last couple of years. The most number of prisoners that we ever remember having in there was 3, and that was for a very short duration of time before somebody got, bailed out. That's.
Oh, sorry. So page 183 is the second year request. Again, you'll note that what rolled forward was a $400,000 estimate. So that would now need to be, again, we have $35,000 left over from the initial appropriation. We had $75,000. It was a $40,000 design. But that $35,000 then could be applied to the memo that's in front of you. But again, that brings it down to about $1.94 million.
Well, let me explain what happened. So I needed to put a placeholder number in there. So the architect that we ended up using we were able to do some research and find, I think the cell that you saw initially up there was a project in Berlin. They have 3 cells. They spent whatever it was, X number of dollars on it. I took that number, divided it by the number of cells that they did, came up with a number, and then multiplied it by the number of cells that we have and came with $400,000. Not the way to do that, apparently. There's a whole system that architects use, and that wasn't even close. Plus, to my defense, there's been some, what's it called, inflation since then too. But anyway, so that's what a new cell should look like and would look like. The hinged part on the door there is a pass-through. You can put a prisoner meal through there. It's also an officer safety function. You can put somebody in the cell still in handcuffs and then have them back up, put their arms through the slot. You unhandcuff them if they're giving you a hard time, if they're being violent, etc. You can also handcuff them again before you have to open the door and expose them to, or be exposed to them. You have glass there. There's no bars is the primary thing. Bars are what prisoners tie their clothing around if they're going to attempt to hang themselves. So there's no bars. There's nothing inside that cell that you could use to kind of attach, a homemade kind of ligature and tear up your blanket, whatever. That's the major thing. They're glass fronted like that. They can't spit on you, throw other bodily fluids out there. And again, I don't want to give you the impression that every prisoner we bring in is doing that. But when it happens, it's not a pleasant situation. Can you go to the other? So you see the bench there on the side is kind of the bed. It's got a solid side on it. You'll see when we go backwards to what we have now, the bench is kind of off the ground. People could secure themselves or secrete themselves under there, under that wooden bench if they wanted to. And the major thing, the reason that this first came up, other than the bars, is those toilet and sink units there. Yeah, there's one in every single cell, and they're 30 years old now. The seals dry up. We actually have it on a list for somebody to go in at least 3 times a week and press the button to flush the toilet to try to keep it, try to keep water circulating through there so that the seals kind of dry up. We've had occasions where we get an odor in there because the seals have failed, and it's not an ideal situation. But you have to keep it that way. It's a very specialized item, so that people can't flood their cells. People, they do that all day. Take the roll of toilet paper, they stuff it in the thing, and then they flush the toilet to kind of flood the cells, thinking that we're going to oh, well, you flooded the cell, we're going to have to let you go now. That's not the way it works. We just move them to another cell, but it's a mess that has to be cleaned up. There are cameras on the outside of the cells that kind of monitor in. The new cell design allows you to mount a camera behind glass, so there's one actually inside the cell that can be positioned so it doesn't show the toilet. Somebody's using the toilet, they have privacy concerns there. It's just a lot safer, not only for the prisoner, but also for the officers who have to deal with them. So, but of course, the one thing that I learned very quickly is when you seal the cell up like that, now you have to put airflow inside the cell, whereas now it can be on the outside. So that is really where a lot of these costs come from, is you have to reconfigure the entire area so that there's airflow inside the cell. And I can't remember off the top of my head, but that toilet unit right there is more money than you would think, just because it's that one unit that has the toilet and the sink on it. So it's pretty expensive. And then what's happening behind that wall there is all the plumbing fixtures and pipes and everything like that. So you kind of have to maintain that mechanical space behind. And then the actual booking area, again, not up to our standards. Again, for any of you who've ever taken a tour of the police department, we have like a wrought iron, or no, it's not wrought iron, what's the word? Chain link kind of holding cage. So we bring people in from the Sallyport area, which is the garage doors that front onto Island Avenue if you're driving by the police department. And then we have it's probably an 8x10 kind of holding cell that we put people in. But it's one open area. So if you bring in both halves of a domestic dispute, for example, or a partner shoplifting, where there's 2 people, now you have to take one of them and put them back in a cell before they're properly processed, because you don't want them both, particularly both halves of a domestic dispute, in the same. It'd be like the wrestling that we just saw, except in a cage. So the new plan calls for 2 separate booking or processing areas that are completely separated, that again allow the officers to put somebody in there, have them back up to take the handcuffs off without, because now when you either put them in if they're giving you a hard time or they've been violent on the street or resistive, you put them in the little holding cell and you just leave them handcuffed, because you have to be inside the cell in order to unhandcuff them. The problem with that is during the processing thing, we want them to sign forms and things like that, but now they're handcuffed, so it just delays the process. So there's a bunch of other, there'd be the addition of a shower there in case we have to decontaminate somebody who, for whatever reason, they've got blood on them and things like that. Just, the way that you handle bloodborne pathogens and things like that has advanced tremendously over the course of decades, and we still have a very outdated, system there. So there's a lot that goes into it. And I apologize for the very, very, very low ball number there. I was literally trying to do it on the back of a napkin, and obviously didn't get it nearly right. That's why we hire.
Well, and just to clarify, right, that is true for years 2 through 5 of the capital plan. Just so everyone knows, sometimes there's placeholder numbers that are your best estimates, but you haven't designed anything. You haven't done any. You haven't spent any money, candidly, to design it, unless you do what we often do for this and other projects: appropriate the design money, get a real idea of a real number. Maybe in some cases get some options. Maybe we don't do every cell. Maybe we can talk about some of those things going down the line. But it's a big item. We knew it was probably going to be a referendum item anyway. So that's another consideration that you're going to have as we take up capital, next month.
The other thing, the other major part of the project is there's a cell block in the back. There's 4 cells on one side and 4 cells on the other. The cells on what would be the east side, south side, sorry, of that. We've never had 3 prisoners, or very rarely have 3 prisoners. We don't need 11 cells. So part of it is to block off that that south part of the cell block. It abuts an office area that already has a door, like an emergency access into the area, and convert it into some storage, which we sorely need at the police department too. So at the end of it, we would have 7 cells instead of 11. One of which, by the way, is fully handicap accessible, which we do not have now. The turning radius, has to be a certain amount if you have somebody coming in a wheelchair, and we don't have that one that's fully handicap accessible right now. So that'd be another significant part of that project, bringing us up to compliance with that.
Just a quick question for you, Chief. We're looking at this number of the 1.975, but my recollection of when I discussed it, when you were coming up with the 400,000, my recollection was that it was only really on this project, and that what you're talking about now is more than what we had originally talked about when we discussed this in capital budget last time. This was sort of just but now we're talking about a new booking area and some other things. So is that included in this 1.975? So the 400,000 may have been low, but it's also low plus other things going into that, correct?
Yeah, to be quite frank, I just didn't have the vision for what it was. I was thinking, okay, we have bars and we're going to convert it to that, and that is so.
That was the focus of the original plan, but now looking at it, you realize the other things that also need to be upgraded along with this.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the architect who came in, specializes or has done a lot of police facilities. He's talking about things that, to be quite honest, I'd never thought of. I never even gave it a thought that. Right. And again, the big thing, a lot of it is the mechanicals. Like I said, you seal off the cell like that. You have to have, you got to have sprinklers in there and all, and the air returns and all of that. And that's quite a significant part of it. But yeah, he came in, he took one step inside and said, that's not great, is it?
Yeah.
And he's right when you're like, no, it's really not great, but I didn't have the vision to, I never made it to the new police headquarters in Hartford. I was here before then. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's what we had in Hartford, yeah. Which that building was built long before ours was. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. And I just wanted to bring that up because I know, obviously we talked about the number that this is a low number, but it's also a low number in addition to the fact that we're going up this number. It's not just we thought it was going to be 400 and now it's 1.9. We thought it was going to be 400, but now it's also expanded in scope to bring everything up to a better level.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a quick question, maybe a dumb question, but the fact that there's glass in front of that, I'm assuming that this is a super duper strong glass that cannot be easily broken and potentially adding to the cost of this?
I don't even know if it's glass, to be honest with you. It's like tempered.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all corrections grade material too, which is there's 3 companies in the country that install these cell things, which is another issue that he was concerned about. Like if we get to the point where we're going to, say go to this, he's then at the mercy of, when you get this stuff built, and he can subcontract a lot of it, but it's that company that actually, one of those 3 companies that actually comes and does the installation. So
A, that adds to the cost of this, and B, that ensures safety for whoever is in prison, that they're not going to get injured should they be foolish enough to bash their head against it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look, we talked briefly about liability stuff. For us in Cheshire, this is probably the highest, I dare say this might be the highest liability area in the whole town operations. When you take people into your custody, you have an obligation to make sure that they're cared for and safe. And this needs, my humble opinion, this needs to be done at some point, just because I don't think we can fully guarantee that with the setup that we have now. And again, we've had people, take their T-shirt off and kind of try it, the dispatchers notice it on the cameras, and we get an officer in, and we've never had even what I would call a near miss with somebody trying to harm themselves in one of our cells. But if it were to happen, you better be at the highest level of standard in order to be able to say that you've done everything you can to prevent that person from doing it and keep them safe while they're in your custody.
Chief, I'm certainly in favor of moving forward with this project. I think my only comment would be, let's take a look or, do an analysis of what you think the number of cells should be. I don't know if there's a standard. You said this was which town that has the 3 here?
Berlin, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and
Yeah.
they're probably comparable, and they have 3. So, is 7 the right number? Could we get away with 3, 2, and 1 fully ADA compliant or whatever that may drop that that number and may provide you some additional storage or something else that could happen.
Yeah,
so
one thing that we had a very brief discussion with the public building. They put a subcommittee together. They came over and looked at everything. Was we can get 3 cells in the booking area and get all of that done, and then the additional 4 cells in the back we could maintain for like overflow. Now it's not ideal, right? You fix half of your cells,
right?
And because that your cells are not up to modern standards, and then God forbid you ever have to put somebody in one of those unrenovated cells in the back and something happens to them. I wouldn't want that. But again, we very rare. The only problem with the way it's designed right now to do those 3 some of you have been there. There's like what we would call now the female cells, so we can convert that area. The problem we have is then if we ever have a male and a female, now they're not separated by by sight and sound, and again you're kind of exposed in there. You're using the bathroom, etc. So we'd have to do something to make sure that we could maintain that. And that's one. We didn't ask the architect to cost that out, but we certainly can. And again, it would still give us the other half of that 8-cell block as storage. We just wouldn't. The cells would still look the way the old cells do. And again, but I could. It would be very rare that we ever had somebody back there. But the ideal would be to do it all at once, but I get it. It's a much bigger number than I ever anticipated it was going to be. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. And going along with what Peter just said, I'm in favor of this, but I'd like to take a little bit of a deeper dive on it because, like you said, very rarely do you have 3. Yep. Can we get away with 2 and maybe bring the cost down and maybe keep some of the other cells for nonviolent or whatever type of people that you feel are safe enough to put in those cells? Because typically the main thing when people stay overnight in your cell is usually if you arrest them late at night or if you do it on a weekend. Is that typical or?
Yeah, so there's a big push obviously now statewide to, everybody, no bail reform, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we keep people overnight less than we ever did, and the people that we do bring in tend to stay there for a much shorter duration. But that being said, and it always happens on a holiday weekend, right, where there's you can't take them to court until so if somebody gets arrested on Thursday night, they're with us until Monday morning this coming week because of the Good Friday holiday. And again, sometimes you get somebody who's got a failure to appear warrant, meaning they've been released and then not gone to court, and typically judges frown on that, and so there'll be no release there for them. So, but it doesn't happen as much as it used to, but it's doesn't happen so infrequently that I would say it's not something that we have to deal with.
Thanks, Chief, for for allowing this process to proceed the way it has, because I think it's going to turn out to be very beneficial. And I think this is an excellent example of how our building commission could be very, very helpful in helping the town plan properly and do things well. I think this is important enough that it would be nice to invite the building commission, maybe the architect, here to make a specific presentation on this at some point with the chief, because I think it's a important enough project, and they've worked hard on it for them to present it to the council directly at the appropriate time. So I just would suggest that maybe we consider that.
It's funny that you mention not that part, but the process part, because the second half is we'd like to apply the same process to the animal control facility, which is also 30 years out of date. So there is a request in the capital plan here to get some planning money for that, because my days of trying to back of the napkin calculate what it would cost to renovate the animal control facility are out. Yep. The number that's in there, the $1.4 something million, is actually from the architect himself, based on a project that he did in Newtown a couple of years ago.
Just to clarify, that project is new to the whole plan. That wasn't in there last year. It's a year 3 project. It's on page 178 in public property. Apologies. Some of these move around because of the sort of responsible department area, whether something's under public safety or under public works, facilities. But in this case, it's a public property project. It's new. There's planning money requested in year 2. So as it stands now, just to clarify, unless you move that up to year 1, and that's something we can certainly do, or the planning money or some portion of it, that roughly 10% for design is now in year 2 if you support moving forward with looking at the animal control facility. Chief can talk a little bit about some of the components that are out of date. I think a lot of it has to do with outside area, run area for the dogs. So I'll turn to you.
And we can't really accommodate cats at all right now. There's a couple of cats at the animal control facility, but they kind of have the run of the place because we don't really have anywhere to. We don't have cat cells, so to speak.
They love it.
Yeah, look. It's kind of the same story, right? The facility was built 30 years ago. It doesn't. If you were building an animal control facility, an animal shelter, a dog pound, whatever term you want to apply to it now, you wouldn't build what we have. One of the issues that Sean and I very briefly touched on yesterday was the location. Now, this number here is for a renovation of the facility where it is right now. But the main thing would be that there would be more outdoor runs. Like you would have runs inside, cages inside the building, but then those, I think they call them guillotine doors, where every dog can get out to an outside area also. As you know, where we're located on Highland Avenue, the dog pound is kind of in our parking lot. We're 500, they're 496. There's a school, there's a new preschool across the street, there's a dental office across Weeks Road, there's that whole kind of office complex there, and then there's the condos kind of up in the back behind Highland School. When we went to Newtown, kind of on a site visit, it's loud. Right, a lot of the dogs are outside. They can go outside themselves, depending on the weather. They can, those doors can be open during the day. They can come and go out as they please and come back in. The Newtown dog pound is very isolated. It's on a piece of town property that's not near any residences or any commercial development. Again, this number is to renovate the existing facility where it is, but you may want to consider at some point whether that's the best place for an animal control facility is kind of right on Route 10 next to a school in the middle of a commercial area. But anyway, that's probably a different conversation. But again, we have one big outside dog run, if you've seen it, chain link fence, but there's no access to it from individual dog, kennels inside. You have to take the dogs out of the caged area inside and lead them outside. And then, again, if you have 2 or 3 friendly dogs that are kind of compatible, you can have more than one out there at the same time. If you have an aggressive dog, it's got to be out there by itself. You bring it back in, then the other dog goes out. We put the dogs outside when there's cleaning and stuff going on, so it's not an infrequent thing. And it's bare bones, right? It's a patch of grass surrounded by a chain link fence that abuts up to the building so they can't escape. There's some that I've seen where, there's kind of an exercise area, more of a long run for dogs to kind of be outside for a little while. So, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. And, everything is, again, the climate control. Newtown has a nice area for their cats that's completely separate. We do have cats that people call in complaints about all the time. So again, it is a down the road request, but it's another one of those public facilities that was constructed a long time ago. There are, again, this is a bad example right now because of the number of dogs that we have and the length of time that we've had them, but even under ideal circumstances, there's usually 2 or 3 animals in and they're there for, days at a time. There's staff in and out of there. Patrol officers have access to it. If they find a dog on the midnight shift that they take, we don't call the animal control officer back. So there's a lot of comings and goings. The dogs have to be fed. They have to be cared for. They they go to the bathroom. It's a if you walk in there, as Mr. Walsh said, you know that you're in an animal facility. And as you can imagine, 30 years worth, it's probably time for a renovation there.
And I might, on that point, this is, again, like we did with the lower level improvements for the police department and the locker room project 3 or 4 years ago, probably a good opportunity at some point, if schedules allow, to do sort of a walkthrough. We could see the prisoner cell areas. We could go see the animal control facility at some point in the next couple months, because I think it really is informative to that and all of the capital projects Canada. That offer stands for, of course, any place we'd like to go.
Chief, just a quick question. Is this just a renovation of the existing building, or you mentioned other towns having more discrete locations? Are you contemplating putting a building, almost like a Quonset, some kind of maybe prefab building or something on another property somewhere else in town? Are we just keeping the same location just with a new building?
This number here is for the renovation of the existing facility where it is.
Okay.
Which I was told by the architect to use 50% of the cost of a new building for that. So think double that if we were going to put it somewhere else. And it's not the ones that I've seen are, kind of foundation built. It's regular masonry construction as far as I could tell.
All right. I was just curious if we were looking at maybe, whether you thought that it might be, let's say, cost aside, do you think it's okay, keeping where it is, it still functions, it still would serve its function?
Yeah, again, the architect comes out and starts taking measurements, and if we put runs on the south side of the building, kind of adjacent to Weeks Road, how close do we get to the property line? Do we run into any zoning issue there? I don't know the answers to those.
So
but
considering widening Weeks Road, as you know, as part of the proposal
Right.
that we talked about the other night, so there's a lot of factors involved, and might be something to consider moving it to another location. But as we just said, that's probably even more money.
Double the cost. Okay, thank you so much.
You're sick of me now? Has it been?
I think we are actually done with you.
Yeah. I think I exceeded Jack's time there, which I thought was going to be hard to.
Thank you again, truly, for coming down today, and
Thank you.
good discussion.
You bet.
Come on, Beth, they're all warmed up for you.
They should, right?
Wrestling videos on here.
I do not have wrestling, well, I don't know.
That's how we start all of our presentations. Oh, you do? Do you want me to plug in?
Yes, please.
No. Yes.
Ah.
glad I didn't need my reading glasses. Made everything the proper font.
That's not coming from me. It's their free shit.
It's bizarre. Samsung just likes to play like its own Samsung channel.
Actually, Samsung has a, you can default it to a fireplace channel.
Well, that would be better. Can we, maybe after the meeting, we can show me how that works. So if you go to display settings.
Yeah, how do we get
just
back
say
to that?
duplicate. Oh, yeah, you're on the double thing.
Yeah.
By your mouse. Where is your?
Back, I can't get up.
Oh, there it is. Display settings.
Oh.
Where's your umbrella?
Yeah, duplicate.
Duplicate slideshow.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good luck. See you all later. All right, if you could just keep this for the
Oh, yeah.
folks at home. Kind of closer for whoever's talking.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
And if I could just say at the outset, as I turn it over to Beth and Sandy, and I didn't say earlier, I know I said the other night, but if you recall that pie chart kind of breaking down the value that folks are getting from every individual department on an average basis, on a monthly basis, we look at the extraordinary amount of stuff we just covered from public safety. Our police and animal control was $39 a month on average for folks. Our fire is $10. Our library is also $10 a month. I mean, I think you'll hear and see incredible value that folks get from all of our departments. No more so candidly than the library. I think for the bang for the buck, the amount of the volume, you'll see it a lot. And also, I appreciate, I know Mr. Jinks mentioned the performance measures, again, for the new folks, starting on page 50 through page 90. Department heads spend a lot of time pulling together those, we call those the performance measures pages, but it's really where the goals and objectives, the accomplishments tie into statistics on, as Jim was referencing, the library is a great one to look at when you see circulation numbers and the number of residents that it impacts for such a modest investment, candidly. And so I think those are great pages when you have some time. I know there's 700 pages in front of you, but pages 50 through 90 of the vertical book have every department's, they spend a lot of time on those, and it ties directly into the budget lines. So with that, I'll turn it over to our library director,
Great.
Beth Piazza.
Thanks, Sean. And I am going to delve into some of those numbers for you today, and I hope you'll indulge me. This is probably a longer presentation than I would normally do, but I wanted to be able to put into context, particularly for our newer members of the council, where our budget request is coming from and what you get for that money, as Sean said. This is my Deputy Director, Sandy Hernandez, so she has joined me today. She is my right arm gal and is a big support in putting a lot of this together. So she's happy to answer questions you may have as well. My name is Beth Piazzo. If you don't know me, I am the library director. I started in libraries in 1998 and have just finished my 12th year as a director. I was 6.5 years as a director in Madison and 5.5 years now here in Cheshire. I have the distinction of being Sean's first hire when he started. I actually entered leadership positions in the library. I started as a children's librarian and entered leadership positions in the library in 2007 in Groton. So I have been doing this for a bit, and I'm happy to be here today to present to all of you, so thank you. And I actually like the Saturday format, so I think I do, rather than coming at night, because now it would be, about 9:30 at night, so. Great. So, let's see here. Sean, this is not,
Spacebar?
Oh, spacebar. Okay, spacebar. They're all different. Okay, so who are we? We have existed in Cheshire in various forms since 1892. Sorry, Jack, we beat you on that. Mary Baldwin was served as the first director for 29 years. I am the 10th director since then. We are open 62 hours per week, including 4 evenings until 8:30 p.m. and Saturdays. And on those evenings, some libraries, when they're open evenings, will delay their morning hours till about noon, but we are open from 9 a.m. until 8:30 p.m. We have 3 direct service desks that are staffed all of our open hours, so that is about 11 and a half hours for those desks most days. We offer a collection of just under 1,200,000 physical items and 55 licensed databases, including our eBooks database. We are a member of the Library Connection Incorporated, or we call it LCI, consortium. That includes 31 other Connecticut libraries, so our residents have seamless access to the holdings of those other 31 libraries, which does save us money in sharing and reciprocity. And we offer, as you can see by our photo here, much more than books that we're going to get to in a little bit towards the end. So our budget begins on page 157 in the horizontal book. Our request for this year is $1,819,453, and overall that is a 3.14% increase. Salaries do make up the biggest part of our increase at 4.39%, but what I wanted to point out, particularly for the newer members of the council, is that since fiscal year 19, which is the first year that I came on board, we've decreased our staffing profile from 32 employees to 32 employees and 24.7 FTEs to the current budget proposal of 24 employees and 21.14 FTEs. And that has been done mainly through attrition and then strategic reorganization. I know Peter and Don on the personnel committee has met with me several times over the course of the 5 years through some strategic reorganizations, and the goal of those were to really move more services and resources to frontline public service and a little bit less in administration. So for example, when I started, I actually had an assistant director and a deputy director, and now I just have a deputy director. We've also looked at reorganizing tasks and made sure that we were making the most efficient use of our staff. This profile is what I feel is the best fit for the demands of our town and providing the best service, library service for our residents, but still allowing us to staff those three service desks over the course of those 62 hours, even in times when we have people on vacation or out sick or maternity leave or what have you. 7 recent retirements as part of that attrition that I mentioned have resulted now in, while we brought in employees at a lower initial pay rate, but now they're in step in the wage chart. So that is what is contributing to much of the increase in this line this year, is people moving up in step plus their annual increase. However, we are currently fully staffed, and I have no additional reorganizations planned at this time, but you never know. Our non-salaries are actually showing a 3.35% decrease. Most of my lines remain flat or were decreased to be closer to actuals. We had minor increases in line 5209, that's based on rising costs for placing job advertisements, and in line 5403 due to increases in some of our software platform costs, much like the chief was mentioning. Our biggest decrease is $10,000 from our line 5204, which is called program materials, but that's actually our library materials, so that's why we have the picture of the books. It's our books, it's all of our electronic materials as well. And our biggest increase is $1,560 in line 5409 for our contractual services. This is our contract. We're going to be, for this fiscal year, we'll be going into our 3rd contract with Abilities Without Boundaries. So the lower picture, you can see standing between Sandy and I is Ashley and Jocelyn, our 2 individuals who've been working with us for over a year and a half. They've been doing things like shelf maintenance and reshelving books, some minor cleaning, and some other projects. They helped us pass out candy to our toddler Halloween party, which they loved. They've been a wonderful addition, and this contract allows us to employ each of them for 6 hours a week. Just helping out, and they've really become part of the Cheshire Public Library team, and the biggest reason for the increase in that line is due to the minimum wage increases that Abilities Without Boundaries has had to absorb. So as Sean was mentioning, our vertical book, our performance measures start on page 76 to 77. We are fortunately continuing to see increased use post-pandemic. And the following statistics that I'm going to show you in the PowerPoint are from the complete fiscal year 23. Every November, I submit a year's of statistics, the previous year's statistics, to the Connecticut State Library. So how are we doing? Our visits to the library are up 29% in fiscal year 23 versus 22. And this equates to 4.8 visits per capita, which you can see by the chart. We're above the state average for similar sized towns at 3.51 visits per capita. This also equates to 45.8 visits per service hour, which is in line with our door counts of about 500 visitors a day. Visits, I should say. It's not necessarily unique individuals, but it's visits. And again, we're above the state average for similar sized towns. Our study room use increased 163% this year with 2,144 bookings versus 816 bookings in the previous fiscal year. With people working remotely, we're seeing a lot more use of people coming in and using the study rooms. I'm in the same situation as Councilwoman Kramer. My son is going to Gateway. He's living at home, and he's come up with me and used the study room because there's just way too many distractions at home for him to get his work done. So we're definitely seeing an increase there, which is great. 31.75% of our residents have library cards, which compared to towns of similar size is about 27.9%. Our borrowing of materials in all formats stayed fairly level in fiscal year 23. However, while physical material borrowing was up 3.2%, the borrowing of electronic media dropped 18%. So that's where that evened out. However, our numbers are still strong at 10 borrows per capita, and I apologize, you have a typo in your version. It should be, compared to similar towns, it's 7.1, not 6.06. But the chart is correct on your sheet. The other thing that I wanted to point out that I think is really interesting and really important is that if you look at the lower chart, which shows the percentage of circulation by our town's residents that is occurring in other towns. So in Connecticut, you get a library card from your hometown library. You then can go to any other library in the state and have your card entered at that library and use it there with no other fee. Other states will charge you a fee to get a library card, but Connecticut has not been doing that, and they started this in the 70s. So what they do in order to offset the cost of servicing non-residents in your town is they give us a stipend any year that's called our borrow it revenue. And there is a calculation that they make based on how many of our residents have gone to other towns to borrow books, physically gone there and borrowed books, versus how many people from other towns have come into our library and physically borrow books. And you'll either end up being a net lender or a net borrower. Cheshire's a net lender, so we have far more people coming to us from out of town to borrow books than our residents at only 3.7% going to their libraries. So, and you can see the difference in the state and towns of similar size. So that's great because it resulted in revenue of last year of $12,173 in borrow it funds. But the other piece of that that's important to keep in mind is the concept of halo spending. So when residents stay in Cheshire and use the Cheshire Library, they're more likely to stay here for their other consumer needs, such as gas, coffee, groceries. If they were going over to Wallingford or up to Southington to use their library, they probably would stop and get gas there on their way home, or their coffee, or go to a restaurant. So I think it's important to remember that when we have great services here, our residents will stay here. People will come from out of town to use them, obviously, and also do their spending here. So it benefits the town as a whole. Technology is a huge use of libraries today, as I'm sure many people are aware. I'm sure you've heard in the news media about digital equity and trying to help people with their digital needs. And it's not just people who can't afford technology, it's also people who are not as savvy or used to using technology. So they need help with that as well. So our total number of public computer sessions in fiscal year 23 was up 74%. But what's interesting is that our Wi-Fi use outpaces our public computer sessions 4-to-1. So that's going to be an interesting thing for us to look at in terms of how many public computer stations do we really need in the future? Do we need to offer more spaces that people can work with their devices? We've also started loaning laptops in-house so that people can use those in the study rooms. And our number of technology consultations last year was 6,941, which this is on the chart that you have here, shows that we're higher than towns our size by quite a bit. So it's about 2.3 consultations per service hour. And what that is when people come to the library and use our computers, or they bring their own device and they get stuck and they need help. So whether it's, our librarians helping them log into their email, helping them navigate a website they need to use for some purpose, or using the wireless printing, which they can do from their phones, that often needs staff intervention. So those have all been tracked and counted separately. As part of our reference stats, we were at over 17,000 reference questions if in the vertical book. However, that 6,941 makes up part of that number. So our reference questions were really about 10,800, I believe. That is separate from the 223 one-on-one technology appointments that Jared and Adam, our two IT professionals, do. Those are booked appointments for a dedicated time of like an hour, hour and a half, and also they're going to the senior center to hold some of those appointments. So those 7,000 are in addition to that. So a lot of technology questions being asked at the library. Our library programs, we were up 60% in fiscal year 23 versus the previous year, and what goes along with that is an 80% increase in the participants. So we had 13,314 participants and attending 489 programs. Summer reading, early literacy classes, concerts, adult informational lectures, book clubs, they form the bulk of our offering. But this is important because you're not going to see the cost of this in your budget book. This is all funded by the Friends of the Cheshire Public Library, and this year's support total is approximately $34,000. So when you buy books from the book sale or you become a member of the Friends, you're supporting the programs, but that is not something that is part of the municipal budget appropriation. So this year, we launched our first seed library, giving away 1,084 seed packets, and staff is hard at work and has been for a couple months now, I think, preparing the new seed packets for the next growing season. So hopefully next month that will be ready to go. We're on track to make 800 deliveries to homebound patrons, delivering approximately 1,700 items. We created and launched an immersive virtual reality experience highlighting the Kywitch Legend of Cheshire, which over 30 residents have tried to date, including our town manager. We expect to provide, now we had 233 last year, we expect to provide 530 one-on-one technology appointments, including the senior center, and then we're going to be reaching out to Beachport as well. Part of our ability to increase that was because in my staff reorganization, I added the position that Adam Kazas has now, which is a technology assistant, so he is also doing one-on-one tech appointments. It's not just all falling to Jared at this point, so that's been a great increase in service to our patrons. We hosted a 2-day life-size Candyland game with 128 participants, and we're on track to have booked over 200 sessions in our AV studio. For next year, we hope to hold a One Book, One Town event that Sandy and I are hoping to spearhead. We would like to create a digital device lending library that people can then use the content that they create at our AV studio, and also an ADA accessible public computer workstation, which we don't currently have, and we'd like that would be good for people with disabilities or people with mobility issues or sight impairments. We want to work on updating the library's expiring strategic plan. It expires in 2026. We'd like to redesign the webpage. That's been something that we've wanted to do for a bit now, and now that we have, we're fully staffed, we think we can finally tackle that to make it more user-friendly. We're going to continuously assess our early literacy program offerings to best meet the demands of parents and give caregivers, particularly with the increase in, and anticipating an increase in families moving into town with all of the new development, but we're already seeing a huge demand for our Storytime programs, to the point where we've had to have a process whereby we give our residents first priority for registration over non-residents. And we're continuing to review and revise our library policies. This past fall, we revised our collection development and materials challenge policy in line with new state legislation that having an updated policy that meets the standards of the Connecticut State Library allowed us to get a $1,200 grant from the state. So we realized when we were going through that process that all of our policies were, I think, approved primarily back in 2007. So Sandy has been spearheading a move to look at all of our policies, and that's something that the library board is working on because they have the approval over those policies. So we'll see more of that. And this picture is actually part of the life-size Candyland game that they did this winter. So I wanted to talk a little bit to Sean's point about what do our residents get for that $10 a month. In general, our library's appropriation is usually about 1.4% of the overall town budget, and it's important to remember that libraries are more heavily used during difficult economic times. People are trying to save money, so they will come to the library to save on having to buy books or Wi-Fi or movies and such. Usually, unfortunately, the correlation is that libraries' appropriations tend to get cut during difficult times, but our use goes up. So there is a value calculator that has been developed by the Massachusetts Library Association, which takes the average consumer cost for various things, such as buying a book on Amazon, downloading a book on Audible, buying a streaming movie on Netflix, or using a computer at a place like FedEx or Kinko's or Staples, and they add a cost to that, and then I multiplied that by the use in fiscal year 23. So you can see the total value of all of the people that use those services was almost $3.8 million. And our appropriation for that year was about 1.7 something million. So we're giving back a really good return on investment. We're also seeing that with our AV studio, particularly with the VHS digitization I picked because that is what most people are coming in and having digitized. So we're on track to have 200 sessions, and I average 2 tapes per person at $15. That doesn't include if they're sending it out to a commercial industry and they have to pay shipping and things, but just the straight digitization costs. And that would save folks $6,000. So that has been a highly used service, and we're really happy to be able to do that for our folks. It also has another more poignant value that we keep seeing staff has experienced time and time again as they're helping people digitize their memories. And I just have one example that Adam, our IT assistant, relayed to me on the next page, and I'm just gonna read this. An older man came to the AV studio with VHS tapes from the 70s. All he knew about the footage was that it featured his father, a musician. When we played the tapes, we saw his father playing violin to a group of hospice patients in bed. He walked around them, elegant in a tux, as if he were on stage. One of the patients held a mandolin and picked a few notes here and there. I felt privileged to witness this beautiful scene and to see the man smiling as he watched his father's poignant act of compassion. It's thanks to the library that this memento can live on beyond the confines of an antiquated media format. And the last thing I wanted to share with you, and Sandy's gonna pass these out, are 30 things you may not know are at your library. And some of you saw a version of this a couple of years ago, but we have added our digital conversion suites to that and our seed library. So these are things that you may not expect or may not have thought of when folks think of a traditional public library. But these are things that really are part of our core service at this point, and are heavily used. So I won't go through them all. You can read them, but we're really proud of everything that we're able to offer to our residents in Cheshire. And we think that, with our budget appropriation being 1.4% of the overall town budget, we do that at a pretty good rate of return for our folks. And at that, I will open it up for questions.
Maybe if I could just quickly segue, just to reiterate, and again, I think this speaks to the incredible value, but one note that I think, Beth's sort of in rarefied air here with our other departments, and also speaking to what she said about, during the COVID cutbacks, the library took, kind of not the brunt, but a larger proportionate share of some of the eliminations from the budget, and we've been slowly building that back. But just to highlight how different things are, and how carefully she and her team have managed their budget and been so respectful and responsive to the taxpayer impact. The budget from fiscal 17, so the folks on the council back in 2016, March of 16, that were passing the budget for fiscal 17, 8 years ago, was $1,760,000. That's $59,000 less than it is today, right? So that's a 3.3% increase over the fiscal 17 budget. So when it's basically been level funded for about 8 years and added incredible value throughout the time. That's a 0.4% increase per year versus where we were in fiscal 17. So just again, speaking to the incredible value we've expanded upon, but done so really with no net increase cost to the taxpayer. So.
Thank you, Sean. It's truly amazing all the things that you guys offer. I mean, I guess maybe I'm a bit of a Neanderthal, and I still think of a library as a place you just go to get a book. But clearly, you guys are doing so much more that I personally don't take advantage of that often. But shame on me. I don't think I would have done the Candyland thing, but you know, the witch thing sounds.
You
cool.
might want to try the VR.
You have to have a VR sample here. Don't try it out.
The Historic Society did it. That's the day I went to. It was really cool. It was really fun. You get to go up South Brooksvale and up into the hills.
Yeah.
And that was all created by staff. They developed that game themselves. So.
So I have a few questions, but I'm going to defer to everyone else first. So go ahead, Don.
Thank you, Beth, and as Sean said, you have done an incredible job with your staff and everything you've done for the past 7 years. Since I've been on the council, I've seen you drop the number of personnel to the number it's at now. Because when I first started, I said, wow, that's an awful lot of people to be paying for library, but you've somehow increased what the library is doing. So kudos to you and your staff. You're doing a great job. Just a quick question. I know a couple of years ago we eliminated the late fees. Have you noticed any big difference in books not getting returned or anything like that? Because I think it was only a few $1,000s that we were talking about anyway. But I'm just curious. Now that people don't know that they're not going to get a late fee, are they not returning things or?
No, actually not. And we had done an analysis last year, and the return rate, which is actually usually a few days before the due date, has stayed stable. So I think what we see, and Sandy actually used to head our circulation and materials management department, is that most people do want to get their materials back on time. And having a little bit of a buffer to not have to pay a late fee just because you kept it for a few extra days has really helped people feel more comfortable using the library. It's not such a negative interaction at the circulation desk. And in fact, what we have seen is an improvement in the return rate of books that were checked out and then put into a billed status. So once you've had a book out for a certain length of time, we bill you for the retail cost of that book. And so what we saw before we went fine-free was a correlation between the last activity date, the last time someone came to the library, and the application of a larger bill to their account. So now we've gotten more of those items back, because even it doesn't matter that it was billed. If it comes back, there's no fee or fine on it. The only time we fine anyone is if they lose the book or damage it. So we've actually seen a better return rate since doing that, and better customer interactions, wouldn't you say?
Beth, thank you. As Don mentioned and you mentioned at the beginning, we've kind of been on the forefront of seeing all the changes that you've put the library through in the past 5.5 years that you've been with us. And I just want to commend you on the incredible work you've done. I think it's safe to say that your department has seen more transition than any other department in the community. So, and I think it reflects very strongly on you and your kind of forethought and the way you saw your department developing. So congratulations to both of you. Thank your staff. You know, the Cheshire Library really, truly is a special place, and you guys go a long way in making it so. So,
Thank you.
You make it incredibly difficult on us when you show up with your non-salary line decreasing for us to go through and pick apart your line items. So, you know, credit to you that that I have no questions to ask you. So, but tremendous thanks to both of you and to the staff.
Thank you.
I just have a question about the website. Is the town website development and the library completely separate, or are they?
Yeah,
is
great
it tied
question.
together?
I thought that might come up, but yes, they are. There's obviously our new website, and our current website has a link to the library website, but the library has maintained its own kind of library-specific website with interaction for its own calendar and other items. We actually did just have one of our kickoff calls with Civic Plus talking about some of the ability for our new website to perhaps replicate and depending on other packages, you know, push out some more information or have folks subscribe to pieces beyond just the library board, which of course would be on our side. But I don't know if there's anything else you want to comment on the existing library website.
Yeah, I would just say that we're not quite sure how we're going to approach it, although I have two excellent IT professionals on board now and a very talented staff. I think we can probably do it in-house. If we found that we needed to get some outside design work or consultation, that is where I would use the Borrow It funds. That is I'm allowed to carry some of those, I'm allowed to carry those over, whatever we don't use each year, and we get an appropriation between $12,000 and $14,000 a year. So we have some money saved in that fund that I tend to use for like off-budget things that maybe weren't planned for or that come up, or that I think just, you know, maybe I wouldn't want to put on the burden of the taxpayers. So if we need extra money for that, I'll probably go to that fund for it. But I'm hoping that we are able to do it in-house with the talent and the staff that we have.
I apologize for my standing. I do feel a little bit awkward, but I can't sit for
I
this
don't blame
longer.
you.
And I implore the powers that be to try and conserve meetings to a much shorter duration of time. My body just can't do it. I know you guys already know this, but I just want to say it out loud. What a difference libraries make in people's lives that seek it out, who need it. One, just anecdotally, growing up, it was a place of refuge and imagination for me. I was an avid reader, very, very urban community, modest means, did not buy books. The library was where I walked to, probably multiple times a week. And I was one of those little kids that went home with 7 books at a time. I know you guys are also sort of like a community center catch-all. You don't just deal with literacy or feeding imaginations, or maybe allowing books into children's lives that they might not get at school or at home. So thank you for that, and know that how important it is to community, society, and all the kids out there that find independence in the library system. You guys have been under a little bit of evolution, books, questioning, and all that stuff, and I just, want to empower you guys to keep the faith and provide all services and books that you can to the community. You provide preschool services, Mommy and Me classes, I'm sure, all types of people come through your doors for all different reasons, and thank you for making that available to Cheshire and our surrounding towns. My question has to do with the new evolution in technology into e-readers, audiobooks. I recently tried to get a series online that I could read on electronically, and you have a whole program for that. Mm-hmm. How do you guys go about getting permission for titles? It was a very limited selection. I could go in and probably borrow that book, but I couldn't borrow it electronically. Would that be an increase in budget to buy more titles? Like, how does that work?
So we buy books primarily through our Overdrive, which is called, they're considered an aggregator. So they're not a publisher of ebooks. They actually buy the books from the publisher. So the way that it works, and because we're in a consortium, we share that collection with the other libraries in the consortium. We also have our own, what's considered an Advantage collection, where we purchase books that are Cheshire, for Cheshire patrons first and foremost. So not every aggregator has the full licensing to everything that's out there in an e-format, and not everything is available in an e-format. So they are quite expensive. They can run, an ebook can run between $50 and $60 a title for libraries to buy, not.
For a short amount of time or the duration of owning that book?
Nope, for either 52 weeks or 26 circulations, because we're not buying the actual title, we're buying the license.
Okay.
So that is a big difference between our print books and our electronic books. We need to stay on top of titles that have holds and try to buy additional copies. The e-audiobooks, which are extremely popular, it's what I use to commute to work, can run anywhere from $75 to $100 for a title. So they're quite expensive. It's harder for us to get multiple copies. We will usually get multiple copies of print books if our holds ratio gets too high, but it's harder to do that with the electronic books. And we don't get to keep them. So we do have to stay on top of if they've expired and they're still holds, we need to go in. In fact, Sandy buys our ebooks and another librarian buys our e-audiobooks, but it takes a lot of work and effort to manage that collection, and it does cost more money
And it's
than
somewhat
our print.
counterintuitive, I think, to the average. I remember being surprised myself, thinking, well, the actual thing is less money than a paper or hardbound book. But that book that might cost them $15 to buy a physical book copy can be $60 and $70 because it's really a license. And then, by the way, at the end of that license run, we don't have anything anymore. So they're wonderful. They're incredibly convenient, but we certainly can't buy as many as we'd like to, given what we have in the budget, ultimately.
Right. Did that answer your question? It did. Okay.
It did, and I know that as we move forward with technology, there's going to be more of an ask for electronic titles, but that would be an entirely different budgeting structure, because one book can be lent out for 20 years, and a title can only be lent out to 27 times.
Yeah, if it's that model, or however many times we can lend it out within a year, which...
Do you have access to like a state database for electronic materials?
We do actually. It's called the Palace Project, and you can get that through our website. It's another ebook platform. You're welcome.
I just have a couple more questions. Anybody that wants to go grab pizza, please go and grab it while it's hot. Please do. I just have a couple more questions for you guys real quick. Last year we discussed Sundays. I don't remember exactly what the evolution, where we kind of arrived at there. I know we had some money in the budget. I thought it wasn't, I think you came back to us with a cost in the $20,000, $25,000 range for Sundays.
Right.
Can you kind of update us on where that went or where we are with that?
So it would cost about $22,000. We're open 22 Sundays between November and March, if we were to do it next year. There's 22 Sundays between November and March. It's about $1,000 for a Sunday. It's 4 hours of staff time. However, it is time and a half for staff, so it's an increased cost per staff member. And it would, it's also voluntary for the union members they have to volunteer to want to do it. So as I had promised you last year, I would do an assessment of whether or not staff were if I would have enough people who would volunteer to do it before we would offer. Because what I don't want to get into is having to be open one Sunday, not open another Sunday, and such. And unfortunately, I do not have enough staff members who want to volunteer. And on their behalf, I have to say I can't really fault them for that. We are open. They're all giving up one night a week and every third Saturday to service patrons outside of working daytime hours. And I think, it's a lot of work and time, and they're on the desk 4 hours a day when they're doing that, plus everything they're doing behind the scenes. So I think, just having that one day a week when they don't have to be considered for work is something that seems to be popular with, you know, our staff at this time, and something that they would appreciate. And quite honestly, as their leader, I would appreciate. It's a lot to be on call 7 days a week, worrying about a building. It's during winter months, so we do have to worry about whether we have to close. They do have contract language that if we close, they get paid this 4 hours of straight time, which Sean and I had agreed on years ago, because we feel like they've already given up and committed to their weekend being disrupted.
And on that note, it also impacts Public Works, because now on a Sunday when they may be able to focus on the roads, because it is during the winter months, they do need to now go clear the library parking lot, and it pulls them off of whereas most other town buildings, with the exception of the pool, are closed, or the emergency response buildings. But again, I know it's been an ongoing conversation for years. I think in terms of the requests from the public too, it's not something that we're getting a lot of, or
No.
really any requests for directly to the library. I don't know if you could touch on that a little bit, but I think it would be our recommendation, and just to be clear, it's not funded in this recommended budget at this point, but.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a large outcry. Maybe one or two people have said they would like to see them back. But, you know, we did move the concerts, which were really popular on Sundays, to Saturdays. So we've continued that offering, and those have been going really well, filling up. So that need is there, is met.
Right. Well, I'm glad we went through that exercise. I'm glad you went through the exercise of trying to figure out if it worked for the staff and for yourself. And, you know, it all makes sense to me that, you know, that you've given for why we wouldn't be open for Sundays, you know. So one other thing I want to ask about, as far as the all of the technology appointments and stuff, how do people, obviously people must sign up for that, right? And it looks like you're anticipating 530 appointments this year?
Yes.
Which is about double what you did this past year, right?
Right, because as I said, we have another staff member doing it, so
Okay.
that's how we've been able to increase that. Folks call, and they're directed to Jared Goldman is our head of our technology department, and he makes the appointments with them. So people, and then the senior center, I'm not exactly sure how they do the signups because it's done there, but he goes and then meets one-on-one with people over there as well. But yeah, people sign up, and that way they're guaranteed a dedicated time with him, and also he can talk to them about what are they bringing in, so he knows what to anticipate and prepare for those meetings.
I know we got some high marks from the seniors last year in the survey. I'm sure this service is probably high up in their list of things that they appreciate from the town and from the library. And again, thank you for everything you guys have been doing. It's amazing. Really, the services are incredible, so thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to echo everyone's commendations. What you have done here is phenomenal. As someone who's used your seed library, as someone who's attended your events, as someone who's presented events in the Mary Baldwin Room, the services you provide our community, as Tricia had said, it's immeasurable. And so congratulations and thank you for all you have done. My only question had to do with the study rooms, which I've also used. They're phenomenal meeting spaces in public for individuals looking to connect. And you said that you have loaner laptops, and I was just wondering, is that, how many people are using those? How many do you have? Is there a need for more? I know that as an equity issue, I was glad to hear that, and so I was just interested in the actual usage.
That's a good question. I actually don't have the number with me today, but I could get that for you. I don't know if you have any anecdotal sense of.
I think it's sort of it's kind of early stages of
Yeah.
trying it out. At this point now, our head of adult services will just kind of take something as collateral. There's not like an official checkout process for it. I believe there are at least 2 laptops. And as far as I know, they've been used a few times for people who maybe have to do interviews or something like that in the study rooms. So.
Yeah. No, that's great. No, that's excellent. And so it's something to promote in the community, I think, in terms of the availability. But thank you, again, for everything that you've done. And I would say, opening on a Sunday, I think Gen Z, I know their preferences are the other way, or to closing, taking time for self. I think if we learn nothing from COVID, right, is how important that time is. And so, again, I just appreciate everything that you're providing for our community.
Thank you.
So I'm just, as a person who I've always appreciated the library, I thought it was a great place. I could see that I am really not fully taking advantage of everything. I'm so impressed by your presentation. I'm just a little curious about the 800 deliveries to homebound patrons. Can you speak a little bit about what is being delivered and how that process works?
Sure. It's actually done by one staff member
Okay.
who's been doing it for how long? Years. Forever. Before COVID. This is not something that we did as a COVID measure. This is something she was doing actually pre-COVID. She would even deliver to Elam Park and various other folks. And so she has a list of people, and they send her their requests. She puts holds on books for them, and then she checks those out to them and then delivers to their homes and picks up what they were returning from before. It's mostly, it's physical items. They can use our electronic items from home. But yeah, it's one person that does it, and she goes out maybe once or twice a week to do that.
If somebody is homebound, how would they get involved in this program?
They can call the library, and we'll connect them with the person that needs to make the appointments.
Wonderful. That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. I also wanted to mention, unless there's another question, that I would love the opportunity, once you guys are done with the budget season, to come back before you to talk about our materials challenge policy and process, just to kind of update the council on what we do. I think there have been some cautionary tales in Connecticut of elected officials or town mayors or even town managers who weren't aware of a process, even library board chairs, and misstepped quite publicly in how a book was handled when it was challenged. And we do have a very robust challenge process that we will go through, and I would love the opportunity to go through that with all of you, so you would know if you're ever approached by someone out in the community, how to respond. So I'll leave that with you. Time for pizza. Thank you for your time and your attention. Not a problem, not a problem.
That sounds good, yeah, and we can take a few minutes, and then we do have some revenue items to kind of go through if folks want to, maybe kind of a working lunch just after people get settled, and kind of bring it home. Yeah, maybe put one at each spot, that'd be great. All right, so we'll, if it's all right, I guess we'll just get started. This will be a very kind of informal working review of, two major components, though, of our budget, the revenues, and I think in many ways, good kind of overview now, some of the major revenue drivers, but also a little orientation to that section of the budget. Of course, revenues being the entire other side of the equation, right, funding all of our operating expenses. And later in the process, folks who have done this before will remember, we usually tighten up some of the assumptions we have, particularly departmental revenues. Right now we have numbers through January, February still being kind of booked and reported. We should have by April, though, we'll have kind of the ability to add both February and March numbers for our departmental. The big ones being, of course, building official, town clerk. But you'll see the assumptions we've made in here now, but we won't go through that exercise of looking at 3 or 4 years past and then sort of modifying those assumptions. They're all made, of course, heavily informed by the department heads and what they're seeing out there and what they're projecting for the future. But revenues, as opposed to expenditures, is very much in the estimating game, more so than expenditures. So a lot of it is we try to be conservative with our assumptions, and we've had the benefit of really 3 or 4 straight years of significant revenue surplus that's been able to kind of bolster the budget going forward. So Jim has prepared 2 sort of packets. We will just kind of breeze through a few, but we'll also kind of dig into a couple more. Because if we have time, we'll also talk a little bit about debt service, which, as I said during my overview, is a major component of the budget driver both this year and very, very significantly over the next few years. And if Jim and I have looked particularly frazzled over this week, it's in part because on Thursday we had our ratings call. Gina was there as well. We had our ratings call with the Wall Street ratings firms, both S&P and Fitch, to try to make the strongest case we could that we should maintain our AAA bond rating. We think both went very well, knock on wood. They're going to committee on Monday and Tuesday, I think. We should know our rating before we issue $20 million of additional debt on April 3rd. A large chunk of that is to fund the beginning construction of the new schools, but a $2.5 million was for the Bartland Park project, and then the rest are a whole bunch of those smaller sort of maintenance and roads also, but some of those projects you see and we will dig into with the capital budgets. So it's really where the rubber meets the road when you're issuing the debt. It's one thing to approve the project, it's another thing to start borrowing for it and knowing you're paying interest for 20 years on it. So certainly their questions revolved a lot around our future debt issuances and the plans with the schools. I think we did a very good job of making a strong case. Andrew Martelli was also a presenter in addition to Jim and myself, and did a very excellent job with our economic development outlook. So this week's been very busy. Thursday was a very busy day, long day, but we'll hopefully have some good news for you next week. But that's debt service, so that's really why, and that will be the conversation around that major driver of our budget going forward. So I'm going to kick it to Jim, and I'll probably interject from now on from a few times, but I'll turn it to you for
Sounds good.
revenues first.
And I'm just going to digress quickly. I'm expecting to hear from Standard & Poor's on Monday, and I believe Fitch on Thursday, Sean, is
Yep.
when we're going to go to committee. And we'll keep you posted on that as we get more feedback from them. I had hoped to put a PowerPoint presentation together today to keep up with my peers, but as I was working through it, a lot of these chart schedules or whatever are pretty number intensive, and so I thought it would be better to just do packets, and hopefully that'll work. But most of these schedules are in the I guess it's the summary book, I'm going to call it, because it's the bigger book. But I thought if you had it in front of you, I kind of pulled them from various sections to make it a little easier to follow along. So, and just I noticed the other departments were kind of doing quick introductions. I think most of you know Gina and I at this point, but just, if you don't, I've been here a long time, probably close to 25 years now, and I've had the pleasure of working with her for at least half of that. We were both in public accounting and kind of specialized a little bit in municipal audits prior to this. And actually, I think we both worked on the Cheshire audit prior to working here, so that's how we kind of got connected. But I will say I've really enjoyed working with the town and all of the council, department heads. I've just been very happy, with all my experience here. So diving in, I'm going to start with the revenues, which begin again in the summary book. All of this is starting on page 105. There's like a whole section, which provides even more detail, because there's certainly going to be some things that I don't cover here. But for example, for all our line items, there'll be descriptions provided in that summary book that provide a little bit more background as to, how, why, where we get some of these funds. So starting with tax revenues on the first.
Again, just to clarify, the handouts you have are the same as the pages that are in the book, so you can either just follow the packet, but if you want to see a little more detail in the summaries he was mentioning, you can also look at the book.
Can everybody hear me okay? All right. Okay, so, taxes, this is where we balance the budget really with all the projected expenditures, kind of where the rubber meets the road. And I think right now we're at a 38 point, is it 38 point mill rate? 28, yep. And so on this first page, just a couple things I want to highlight, and I think Sean mentioned it during his budget presentation the other night. Because our mill rate's going down, there's a couple of these items that are also going down. For example, our supplemental motor vehicle tax, just by nature of our mill rate going down, that's going to be a little bit less than last year. You'll see it's $155,933 if you look over in that right-hand column. Those are the changes in revenues from what we budgeted last year. based on town manager recommended budget. The motor vehicle tax grant, I did want to touch on that, and again, Sean talked about this when he did his budget presentation. Our mill rate is now going to be below the state cap, which I think was 34.32.
32.4.
I'm twisting my numbers around. And so we won't be seeing this grant going forward, and as a matter of fact, you would think intuitively that we wouldn't even get this year because our mill rate's going to be below that cap. But the state calculates this based on our prior year grand list and prior year mill rate. So we're going to get the benefit of that this year, but know that it's surely going to go away, so that's going to provide a little bit of a cliff with this particular revenue. So we're going to get over $1 million this year for that, $1,046,915. But know that will be going away next year.
I hope that, I mean, this isn't obviously for anyone here to decide, but perhaps with a lot of other towns going through revaluation, you would think perhaps there'd be some adjustment to that program, so that, I mean, suddenly leaving us, without the $1 million is a pretty big change, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was my objection, so when it was first proposed, and I talked to some of our local legislative delegation, this exact situation was exactly what I warned them about 3 years ago. And not just the fact that we would fall below, but the fact that there's going to be a 1-year disconnect between your actual gap and, because everything was being said publicly and in the news, like, we're going to, dollar for dollar, we're going to repay. And if you remember that first year, where we're going to reimburse towns for the loss, but we were $300,000, $400,000 in the wrong direction because of the changes to our grand list and the fact that they're looking at 1-year-older grand lists. And of course, at the time, we said, you don't need to do that because we have, by the time you're actually set to reimburse it, you could use the one we're basing our budget off of, but they had already written it into the proposal and felt we didn't win the day with our arguments. So unfortunately, now we're sort of, we were reimbursed over the last 2 years less than we were actually losing in terms of gap in that, to the tax gap. And now it's sort of coming back the other way, but for 1 year only, so now we're.
So next year, we could get hit with $1 million, is that what you're saying? Because I'm seeing the $1 million is what we're getting from them this year. If they don't change anything, then
We could expect not to.
Not even an if. I mean, we will, unless you pass a mill rate that's above 32.46, which is not happening. We're at 28.38 now and looking to reduce that. It's a certainty we will have zero reimbursement next year because there's nothing to reimburse. The cap is 32. It was an arbitrary number based before any contemplation that values would change one way or the other, whether it's real estate or vehicles. Even if you recall, I don't think what was also not anticipated was the dramatic spike in car values. So I think part of the hard part, even for the state selling the program, was folks didn't really feel any net car tax decrease, because what ended up happening is your underlying values went up significantly. Sure, it was capped at 32.46, but in many cases that sort of narrative wasn't really clearly understood, and in the end we fielded hundreds of calls. I'm sure you fielded complaints too that it felt like your car taxes still went up. It's a hard argument to say, well, it would have gone up a lot more if not for this cap, but again, it becomes sort of the way it's explained. So, but yes, it's absolutely, this will be the last year of the cap, and certainly we don't have to budget for it. We could try to smooth it. We could reduce how much we want to assume, but there's really no way around it. It's going to go away.
I'm just hoping that our state legislators, especially the ones in our area, will look at this and see it as an important thing to push.
So the only other thing I wanted to just kind of emphasize while we're talking about tax revenues is that we do budget very conservatively for what we're projecting to receive in the way of taxes by nature of our collection rate. So in recent years, we've used a collection rate percentage of 99.9%, 99.2%, yet historically, we've been averaging around 99.7. And if you flip ahead in your packet, like about halfway through, you're going to see a chart that shows that history over the last 10 years. And just know that by budgeting that or calculating tax revenue using that lower collection rate percentage, based on the numbers we have this year, we're almost guaranteeing a surplus of over $500,000. And I think, you know, we've always done that. The collection rate assumption was lower 10 years ago. I think we were at 99.0 at one point, and then 99.1. So we've tightened that gap a little bit, but we're fortunate that we've had good collector of revenues that have really worked hard at achieving high collection rates. And, you know, that's been a feather in our cap also when we go to the rating agencies for
It is, and to be clear, 99.6, 99.7 puts us as at the highest, if not the highest in the state of Connecticut in terms of tax collection rate. So not a lot of margin to move that up any higher.
We'll talk more about it when we look at the fund balance, but the last few years, we've had really good surpluses. And part of it is because we budget a little bit conservatively on the tax revenue. But we've been fortunate to have a lot of good things happening across all our revenues in recent years. And also, you know, the way of being conservative when I'm calculating that tax revenue, we do have Board of Assessment Appeals. I think they were actually had a session this morning when you came in. So we will be getting some adjustments to our grand list numbers after that process is completed and before we're finished with this budget process. So I did build in some projections, conservative projections on what that adjustment might be in the way of a negative adjustment to our grand list. And also took into consideration that we will likely have some settlements as a result of the revaluation, although I think probably more of those will occur in the following fiscal year. I don't foresee a lot of them getting wrapped up before the end of this fiscal year 2025. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention too is we have a TIF district now, which kind of complicates things a little bit because normally you just, you know, multiply your grand list by the mill rate and you come up with your tax revenue. But now we have a little bit of that being siphoned off and going into two accounts. One is a developer account. It's called our Credit Enhancement Agreement, where funds will accumulate there until the developer meets certain thresholds, and then that money will be released to the developer. And then we also have another account that's for all the other non-credit enhancement agreement parcels in that North End TIF district. So as those increase in value, we'll have some monies that will be going into that fund. So just FYI, there's going to be a total of $330,000 of what otherwise would be in our current tax collections that are going to be siphoned off into those accounts. Most of which at this point is going into development account, but a portion of it will be going into a town TIF account, which can be used by the town council at your discretion, right? We can use it for, I think, infrastructure up there, or we can actually take the money back into the general fund at some point if you so decide. And I'll keep you posted with, you know, what accumulates in those funds as time goes by. Right now, the non-credit enhancement agreement amounts are not that significant, but they will grow over time.
Sorry, say that again, the duration?
The duration of the TIF district?
I think it's
I
30.
believe it was 30, and I want to double check that. Yeah.
Well, no, so it's separate. That's the credit enhancement agreement under
Yeah.
the TIF district, but yes, so the amount of money going, the real expiration is not so much going to be on time with respect to the credit enhancement agreement. It'll be when the thresholds are met, and then the full $7.5 million is returned, or is spent. Then all the rest, 100%, unless there's any other CEAs at the time, the rest all comes and flows into the district for the town's use, whether it's in district or discretionary pull.
Okay, and I had a few bullet points, in the packet, in the middle of the packet, that just basically dovetails with what I just talked about the TIF district and some of the assumptions that we use when we're calculating the tax revenue. But at the end of the day, know that we are on the conservative side when we're projecting tax revenue.
Jim, on the second page of the handout, 4213, the telecom property tax,
Yeah.
is that,
So we might as well flip to that page now, which is our pilot revenues. I will say that is one of those pilots that's really hard to nail down. It does change from year to year to year. You can see the history. Fiscal '23, we received about $157,000. We budgeted $140,000 this year in fiscal '24, but we actually received just recently $165,000, almost $166.
I think my question is,
Yeah.
because of the work of Frontier and GoNets being that, is that the reason why we've seen an increase? Because they've got more assets located within the town? And
It probably is in part, and as far as whether that's gonna continue to grow is really hard, because some of that is also getting depreciated too, and so, I've always been a little bit conservative with that number. Know that and we could talk more about this, but again, we did receive $157,000 last year. We normally don't get this money until March, so we just got that number in at $166,000 for this year, roughly. So, maybe we can push that a little bit.
even if we took it up 10,000?
Yeah, 10, 20, I don't think anybody could argue with us.
You guys are conservative, that's why I asked.
Right. Honestly, it's hovered right around, that 150,000 mark in recent years. But I based on the last couple of years, I can't see why we couldn't push that a little bit.
And the other one along that same line would be a couple lines up, the
Yep.
RWA.
Yeah, so the RWA, yeah, we have the information as far as, what the valuation is that's based on for this next fiscal year. So really, it's really just a matter of what it ultimately is our
This is what I mentioned the
Mill
other
rate.
night, are mill rate sensitive items. So the numbers you see on about 5 of the largest, of course, being our tax levy, those are not fixed portion of the calculation. It's determined by what you set the mill rate for. Everything else is established sort of first, and then the rest of that balances and trues up to whatever your expenditure total is. So that's another, there's that, and then those on the first page, supplemental auto, and of course the tax levy. We know, like as Jim just said, we know what the values they're based on. It's just whether you set a mill rate at 28.38 or 27.75. That number, know that number comes down because it's a pilot, again, for everyone, for the first time, a pilot payment is a payment in lieu of taxes. and that's where these categories loosely fall into. But it's basically a non-tax tax bill, if you will, assessed on the value. Yeah, I mean, the state pilot payments, I think, have come through here historically. Some of those are, again, those fluctuate. Those are the two major ones. We have some in here that are discretionary. Oh, under pilots? Yes. I think so.
Yeah, so it's really under pilots, it's just really the South Central Regional Water Authority that's connected to the mill rate.
Most direct, right?
Most directly.
No, well, then the overall tax levy. So then that one being on the first page, the large $100+ million.
The telecom property tax is set at a certain mill rate, and it doesn't change, I don't think, year to year.
Right.
It's capped.
But we have items in here that, again, for instance, there's I know the Cheshire Academy one's always sparked some questions in the past. That's a voluntary payment that they make of $1,000 that they've made apparently for a long, long time, but it's never increased. No, not at all. It's just that's their. Yeah, I mean, if we go down the pilot rabbit hole, I mean, yeah, with the state prison property, it costs us a lot more to have that in town for a variety of reasons than the state pays us in lieu of paying any taxes on that property, and a number of other items. It's probably a bigger conversation. Towns have certainly been frustrated at the lack of full funding of pilot for many years, but no.
Again,
Not by formula, no.
I pulled, these charts out of the budget book, but we have descriptions in the budget book too that kind of explain a little bit more for each of these grants. So for example, on the telecom you were just asking, that's set at a 47 mill rate every year by statute.
Just a quick question. You list here colleges pilot, obviously it's zeroed out. Was that Legionnaires of Christ that used to be a college?
Yes.
And used to, okay.
Yes. It's zeroed out, and there was also a state of Connecticut pilot that zeroed out, and they both combined, and they're now both included under that new tiered reimbursement pilot.
This is not uncommon if you remember, even the term municipal revenue sharing account, MRSA, as we sort of refer to it as, that moved around. The state year to year, as they pass different budgets, sometimes justify merging some of the other state aid, what we just sort of generally call our $10+ million of state aid, has moved around over the years, and then it causes sort of these accounting lines to exist and then no longer exist, and it can be somewhat confusing. So it's a great question, Dave. But as Jim said, what we call the new tiered reimbursement pilot, that's what they referred to it as, was introduced last year.
Right.
And there was a significant increase, and actually it works. I testify or submitted testimony in favor of it. We partnered with some folks from New Haven on that because because of our prison, we sort of fit an alliance of towns where this was going to be very beneficial to us to increase the pilot on this tiered basis. They called the new tiered basis. And that, as Jim said, is why colleges pilot, which used to be a separate check we would get, and others merged into that. But net, we are still, and will in the future, I like to think, will continue to grow modestly. You'll see even this one, though, it's up $224,000 over last year. Yeah. That's part of this new pilot formula that they're using.
So technically, we're still getting reimbursed.
Okay, so I guess that's also my question.
For
We're
those
still,
exempt
somehow it's
properties,
still
it's
finding
just-
its way because of that. Okay.
is,
That's
exactly.
one of the things lumped in.
And yeah, so it was favorable to Cheshire for sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Net overall.
I may be jumping around
That's all right.
or jumping ahead, but Sean, you're comfortable with the increase, the 65,000 increase in Arts Place?
Yeah, so that's a great question. It's a bit of a moving target, but as when we get into the Arts Place budget, you'll see the addition of a administrative assistant position. As they are expanding, they will be introducing programs on Fridays, which they weren't doing historically, some more weekend work, and the additional staff should allow us to offer more classes, and we anticipate even more interest, and candidly, the ability to raise our fees a little bit. We have incredibly low fees for Arts Place. Again, I don't want to jump ahead to that presentation, but particularly including the fact that we provide the materials and paints, supplies, and everything, which is not typical of an art school. So we feel we could raise the fees at a minimum on out-of-town folks, but also maybe modestly on our overall programming. That's a conversation we have to have sort of, again, during that presentation at the council level. But coupled with the addition of more classes, including Fridays, I didn't want to just see that increased on the expenditure side, and so I asked, how to set a goal for Joanne and her team of increasing their revenues by $65,000 to account for it.
And then same page at the top, building official that's the permitting, right? And we're anticipating kind of a slowing in the permitting, or?
Yeah, great question. Here's the thing. Building, this is really tough when we're going through such a growth period as we are now. This year, I mean, if you look at that projection for the current year, $1.5 million, some of the permits are starting to come in for the north end. We may even exceed that estimated, and we budgeted $1 million this year, $1,050,000. That's not going to continue forever, right? We all know that. We're trying to be a little conservative, but this is one of those items that I'd ask that we revisit certainly in 3 to 4 weeks from now when we're finalizing the budget, and really look at what you're comfortable with, right? Eventually, this massive growth, particularly the north end, right? The permits that we're going to be realizing from the north end, the revenue is supporting the positions that we added in the budget that we talked about the other day. But, I would venture to guess we'll certainly exceed that estimate, and potentially even the budget for next year. I pushed it up a little bit. I think Tom first submitted it at $1 million, maybe even 900,000. The department heads are always going to be they'd rather, surprise you with great news. But on the other hand, but understanding this is a major, it's a major revenue item for next year. And it can really hinge, honestly, if someone pulls a permit, especially for something as significant as the Whole Foods, plaza and all of the things that are going to be going on there. If that permit's pulled this June 20th, it comes to this year. If it's pulled July 9th, it's going into next year's budget, right? And so it can be a little challenging to estimate. We're going to get the revenue. You look at the holistic 3 years or whatever. But we don't want to oversell and then come back to you and say, hey, we didn't hit 1.8 million, but we could collect 1.8 million, right? And it's, and then we also have to be cognizant a little bit about creating cliffs that hopefully they don't, but should things change, or certainly in that case, that's a distinct project from a building permit side. There's an end to the pulling of permits if we go back to more of the status quo. So it's a great conversation for us to have about how best we want to plan for that. We want to set those revenues aside into some sort of special fund. You could do that. There's a lot of things you could do, but you got to know, that when you have a one-time significant bump like building revenue for a major initiative like that, it ends, and then the next year you're sitting around these tables and we're going, why'd we budget 1.6 last year, and now it looks like we're losing $800,000, right?
Or $1 million.
Same thing. But
when you say look at the holistic 3 years, we've been through the first year of the holistic 3 years. We have 2 years left, or where are we?
They're pulling permits. A lot of the work is going now, but some of the permits for the commercial haven't been pulled.
Hasn't been pulled, right? So we're heading into the second year.
Yeah.
Probably. Okay. All right.
But too, I just want to stress that in March, when we get the March figures, we're going to, probably take another look at least what we're projecting for this year, and for whatever it's worth, we might even have some better idea of what might be coming forward. So certainly want to take another look at this before everything's all over with. And while we're on that page, there's just one other thing
Okay, just
go ahead.
what, is it all right? While you're on that, so I don't understand, you had estimated revenue was 1.5, But for some reason, you're budgeting down to 1.1, Sean. Why is that? I mean, just to level it out, because it's,
Well,
you know,
we've never, I mean, before last year, building department revenues, when I mean, let's just put what I would call maybe a more normal year,
Yeah.
although starting pretty robust growth, but really more just on normal residential subdivision projects, new homes. We budgeted this line at $600,000 when I started here, or less. And some years we collected $625. You know, we had a banner year, I remember reporting to the council, we got $700,000. You know, we moved up, then the next year we budgeted 750 and we exceeded that to 800 or whatever. I'm just throwing. And so what you're seeing there, and yeah, it stands in stark contrast right there in 24. This, sitting here a year ago, we budgeted $1 million. We even pushed that at the end. The council was, I think that 50,000 is because we moved it a little more. We could be more aggressive. We're going to collect 1.5. I think I reported recently. We hit our budget number like in January or something like that. Right? So that's really the answer, is that what do we do now with that information for next year? And as we're saying, the nature of building permits are they're not, you know, they when the building tapers off, you know, the tax revenue stays, right? So we'll have the robust tax revenue from the north end, which we estimate for the entire project, including all of the schools. The residential components is somewhere between $4 and $4.5 million a year in the future at our 28 mill rate, which is great. It's going to offset a lot of debt service. It's part of the whole grand plan here. But the building permit piece is done. Everything's been built, and there's no more building permits. So eventually, that number 1.1 might well find its way back down to $600,000 or $700,000. Now, last year we did raise the fees, if you remember, from $12 per thousand to $15 per thousand to put us on par. So I don't think we'll be back all the way down to 600 unless we're really in a recessionary environment.
but we're likely to get the 1.5 at least one more year, and you don't want to show that yet?
That's the decision. I agree with you that I think we will receive it. And when we have Tom in to do the building department presentations, I think these are great. He sees it daily, and it's not just the north end. It's a lot of
there's
other
other things going on,
developments.
yes.
It's people renovating their bathrooms, right? It's everything else that ultimately contribute to the fees. It's just in some years that's slower, and in some years there's a lot of new development growth.
So, John, to that point, I think the discussion needs to be or should be, and it goes back to the point Sean made earlier, that if, you know, we could look at this and say, okay, let's boost that to 1.8 or whatever. It gets us an extra 700,000, which, you know, will help with the mill rate stuff. But then next year, you know, once the north end building permits are all done, so I'm okay with having it artificially low. But I think to the point you made, Jim, is I would love to see us, or I think Sean made it, to put any excess from permitting into a special account, which we can do. And then we take that in future years, and that money that sits in this special building permit revenue goes straight to debt service smoothing that takes this two-school spike and makes it this instead of, you know, that astronomical jump, so.
I just was curious why you brought it down so much.
Yeah.
But I, with you, Peter, I'm open to whatever option is
Yeah.
available to make sure that we.
No, and that's why I asked about the same thing, because I'm looking at run rates and going, but, you know, it's not guaranteed that we're going to have that every year, where we're going to have these massive building permits pulled. So let's keep it you know, what we know is artificially low, but then dump it into a special account and use it for debt service smooth.
I mean,
Although I think Cheshire is not going to see an immediate kind of crash. I think, you know, the residential development will generate more interest on other ends, on the commercial side. On the office side, like I said, where we weren't able to build an office building because we couldn't support the staff, other people will see that opportunity here. So I think there will be you know, continued maybe non-residential growth from this residential spike.
no, that understood. And again, just again, to be clear, whether we put it in a separate account or not, what we've done, but I do think the separate account sort of helps us smoothen budget a little better. But what's instead happened is the last 2 years, we've had 2 straight years of $3 million surpluses, right? And so what we've done, though, is projecting those last year we applied $2 million of surplus to support the revenue budget, and we kind of are in that tail. We used to be closer to $1 million. So I would rather see the other, if we know it's going to drop off, and kind of temper that, that temptation to budget too much of surplus, because that really does create a hole. It also becomes something the rating agencies love to ask us about, like they did on Thursday, because they don't love to see that, because it's really counting on that continued robust surplus every year. And 1 year, it's not going to happen, and you're going to say, we got a $2 million hole.
But those big surpluses, going back a couple years ago, we actually did take a chunk of it, I think it was $1 million, and put it in that debt reserve fund that you were talking about. And that's something that, maybe we would want to consider again.
Prison settlement, yep.
The prison suit, we use that to smooth the debt service from the wastewater treatment.
Right, right.
So,
It-
you know,
yeah.
I think it's appropriate to do as we start, looking ahead to what the schools are gonna go up to. We're
Right.
starting to see the bump now, but it gets worse.
And in all fairness to the taxpayers, you would really like to have their tax rate and what we pull from the town almost be what we spend.
Right,
A
right.
surplus, although great for numbers, is a little bit more of a burden than we should place on the taxpayers.
Yep, understood. And in some ways, it's a good segue, at least from town departments, just to look at the next line, town clerk. It's another one we often talk about because it's unpredictable, although there, the mechanics are a little different. The town clerk revenue is almost, not exclusively, but heavily conveyance tax revenue, which relies on the real estate market and sale transactions happening. The reason you're seeing a little bit of a reduction there over last year, but still, that's the $765,000. We have seen high numbers in the past. We know values are high, right? But transactions are not as high as they used to be, right? So less properties being sold, less properties on the market mean, sure, they may be selling for $800,000 instead of $500,000. You're getting more revenue, but you're processing a dozen conveyances a month instead of 50 or whatever, so something like that. So again, that's another item. We think that number's pretty good. We will be taking a harder look at it, and we'll have a benefit of 2 more months of data the next time we look it over. But again, that's another one that's based on the local economy, but in a different way, and not just about value. It's about frequency as well.
Thank you, and that's actually was going to be one of my questions, because I saw that there was a drop there, so I assume that was you're taking that into effect, that may
Yeah, to be
not be
clear,
as much.
values are still high. It's not saying values are going down.
Right, it's
saying there's
the
a lot less
volume
sales.
it's the number of transactions that you're getting. So that makes sense, and we can go forward from there on that one. My other question is, and maybe it wouldn't be here, but maybe we talked about Arts Place as they move over to Ball and Socket. The current Arts Place, the VFW, is there estimated revenue in this budget for renting out the VFW hall?
There is in miscellaneous revenue, I think we put a,
Yeah, if we flip ahead to, is it just on its own in miscellaneous, I think, Jim? I remember we put a number in there.
yeah, was it 50?
I think it was 50 or 55,000 as a
Is
placeholder.
that line 4505? No. Well, no, that wrong one. Miscellaneous.
Yeah, 4505. So that initially I had put, Sean has it at 540. I had originally come up with 490, so we added 50 in.
Yeah, that extra 55,000 there is an assumption placeholder for to be determined Arts Place, Chespercott rental fees to the town for using the current Arts Place.
So you're estimating 55,000 for the year?
It's just a,
But
it was
as
just
a placeholder?
I didn't want to have zero, and we assume, we haven't had those negotiations just yet, but we are, we had the appraisal that came back when we first appraised the building, that would support 60, I think it said for commercial use, somewhere between 60 and 80,000 potentially, so I held 55 as a potential.
Well, that 55 is the increase over last year's appropriation for miscellaneous revenues in general. So, Sean, it was 50 that
Oh,
we
50
put in.
even? All right,
Yeah.
it was 50 that we put in
Just-
the budget.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else falls under miscellaneous revenue? Or is the list too big?
No, I could give you a real quick, it's kind of a hodgepodge. Suspense collections, as we do that every year, we put X amount of uncollectible taxes into that suspense, but we do collect some of those taxes, whether it's by a marshal or collection agency. And so that money does come back to the town. So I budgeted $20,000 for that. Workers' comp insurance reimbursements are also in that account. That was about $25,000 of what I've projected for next year. Cell towers, we have got two big ones. There's the one down in
Quinnipiac Park?
Quinnipiac Park, thank you. And the police station, those both generate over 50 to 60,000 in rentals, and that's something I think may continue to go up. I know we get calls from time to time from those towers about putting new equipment on there, and so, but anyway, 111 is what I've got projected. Lock 12 rental is almost $10,000 for I guess we're renting the house down there. And canceled encumbrances is a big one because, we're on a budgetary basis of accounting, and at the end of the year, we have X amount of, our expenditures are still encumbered. So when we finally receive the invoices, hopefully we're a little conservative when we're doing our purchasing. Anything that, is above and, that comes in less than what we encumbered ends up being revenue in this account the following year. And just FYI, of that $305,000 I'm projecting, $250,000 of that is on the Board of Ed side.
Oh.
So we get that here as revenue, because they don't have any revenues, it's all town revenue.
Traditionally, they
Traditionally, they cover just about everything they can possibly encumber, but it doesn't always materialize, so we might not see it as a surplus on the expenditure side.
That's why
but we'll
when we're
see it the
doing the
following
year-end, you'll
year.
notice the town has a series of expenditure favorability, and the Board of Ed always seems to spend pretty much
Right
to
to
the
dollar.
penny. What's happening there is they're encumbering across a lot of accounts, they're holding their money into the new fiscal year, trying to hopefully spend it or process it, but when they don't, it does eventually return. If they don't, it returns back to the town.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, going back to the VFW, former VFW Hall Arts Place. I don't know if it's appropriate, but if we're looking at putting Chespercott in there, I think that would be, great. Is it worthwhile to be exploring alternatives through local brokers or something, that if someone else would be interested in that space, if that doesn't work out, so it doesn't sit dormant, or potentially looking at what the value would be if we tried to sell it, or are we just going to sit and wait to see if it works out with Chespercott?
Answer that?
It's gonna work out with Chespercott,
How do we know that?
because
You
that's
know
where
that.
they're
I
going.
don't know it. How do you know that? I don't know it.
Because basically, we've said when their lease ends, they're gonna go into Chespercott.
But we don't know terms, and they don't know terms, so we've agreed to, they're going in there without terms? I don't understand what's happening.
It's,
We have to have some kind of terms.
it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, the conversations.
We have
are
to,
ongoing.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
those
gotta
are-
be worked out with the
Conversations that are
board.
going on, I didn't know that. As a council member, I wasn't aware of it.
Well, they're starting conversations, and they're making plans to make sure the outfitting of the building will work and what the costs will be.
I know they retained an architect or something, I had heard that, yeah.
Yeah, so, but in terms of going forward, at least, we have not had any direct conversations yet in terms of what the lease terms will be, but there's an expectation that both sides are going to make it work in some way. Yes.
And the member towns are all supportive of that?
The both have been, yes, in terms of the MOU that was drafted.
I didn't see anything in the
circulated.
MOU regarding that, the draft
But in
that I
terms
saw.
of the, in terms of that piece of it, and yes, I think verbally, both towns have been fine with the relocating. They've been aware for some time that Jesper was going to move out of its old location, whether it was in a new facility, which was going to be much more expensive, or this option, which they seem to be, I think is understood to be much less expensive than building a brand-new building. The other towns are fine.
I think that's fine. I'd appreciate a little bit of transparency before you get too far along in the process as a council member, that's all. Thank you.
In miscellaneous town, police special duty, do we estimate that the 125 for this year is accurate?
So for that and for the police department in general, I do communicate with them, as to what they see in their crystal ball. Like, for example, I think Neil mentioned that we had that high-speed internet.
Yeah.
Where there was a lot of rentals. So if you look back on the building department page, you're gonna see last year, we got 404,000 of police department revenues almost, and I'm only budgeting 190 this year. That's because I'm not aware that there's gonna be any windfalls from a huge project like that. Just FYI too, that it's not just the rentals that goes into that account. They have alarm fees and gun permit fees and so forth. But as far as special duty, it's kind of the same thing. That one's a little bit hard to predict. But I certainly did communicate with their people that do the tickets for that,
Yeah.
as to what they saw in their crystal ball coming up. So I can certainly look at that again and give them a call and see if they know of anything more than they didn't. But I guess we're looking at a kind of a status quo year coming up.
And then the last one, the Wallingford Solid Waste, what is that from, Jim?
Yeah, so that was a distribution that we got several years ago, and I believe it was around 400,000. And Sean had come up with a schedule to kind of like feather that
Down over
back.
5 years. So that's the amount, and each year it'll go down until it's at 0.
Yeah, so next year, we've got one more year after this, based on that original allocation that we came up with. So that'll cut in half next year, and then go away. Yeah.
I just needed a memory jog.
For Park and Rec, is the increase, is that increased pool fees for the most part, or is it other?
Pool fees, pool revenue
It's
fees
separate?
are in a completely different fund, and we can take a look at that probably when we do the pool presentations.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are your camps, your program fees, your
right.
basketball registrations, all of the things that people pay for through Park and Rec.
Right.
Non-pool.
Non-pool. Right. And we can, obviously, we can have the conversation with John when he gets here as far as what maybe his expectations are going forward with the new park and rental and stuff like that. But have there been any discussions or to that? I mean, it'd be next year, it wouldn't be this year, obviously, but.
Yeah, nothing with respect to any, he's been working on in the background some new fee proposals, things like the turf field, and I know he's discussed, I think he's had initial discussions with the Park and Rec Commission, but nothing that's been presented here yet specifically for.
Yeah, Parks and Rec has talked about it, so.
Okay.
A few months ago, we voted to start charging for fire inspections, correct? Or is that somewhere in here? Or, I mean, didn't when they go for fire inspections for new buildings, and didn't we, that was a discussion we had?
That might be in part of the building permit?
Yeah. Is that part of the building permit? Because, did we not discuss that?
The new ordinance?
It hasn't left?
No.
So, but if it does get passed, that would add, do we have an idea of how much that could add in revenue?
Depends on the model you end up using. And so I think first, yeah, you could do anything. It depends on where you set the fees, obviously. So, but yeah, the idea was to have, because there's already a mechanism directly through the building permit system to have any additional fees. Some percentage of the building permit fee was one proposal. Some towns do it as high as 40% of the building permit fee. But we were going to introduce some number in between. I think it was the initial discussion. And I know ordinance will be looking at that and settling on what they'd like to recommend, but there's no assumption for that in these revenues at this point.
So looking at that 1.5 down to 1.1, we could say, well, if we do pass that, we know we're going to get a little bit extra on that side too. So
If we, yeah, as long
that
as
could be
we
an assumption
pass
that
the
we
change
might
there,
get. Okay.
If nobody has any questions, there's still a few things that I wanted to bring to your attention. And so it's on that page where it's town grants and miscellaneous town. There's several items I just wanted to bring to your attention. So grants town, you'll see kind of right in the middle of that section, there's MRSA, that's Municipal Revenue Sharing Account. And we budgeted $500,000 this year. We never have. And that was that grant that we were told we're never really gonna know until we get it, how much we're gonna get, if anything, because that's a grant that's based on sales tax, state sales tax funding. And apparently under that statute or legislation, there's a whole bunch of other obligations that the state has to pay first before they can distribute any monies. But we've got 2 years of history now where 2 years ago we got 576,000.
That was the first year of that.
Yeah, and then this year we've received 726,000. So Shannon, I thought, 500,000 might not be too far out on a limb, based on, at least we've got a couple years of history there. But know that there's no guarantees on that money, and I just wanted to emphasize that there's no guarantees on that money. And then, yeah,
Anything at all?
Right.
right.
Apparently, as we understand it, the way it was set up, and this is why the first couple of years, we always talk to our folks at the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. They have their core folks that are there monitoring every step of the governor's budget and the final state budget approval. And this doesn't show up in the run, what we used to call the governor's budget runs, the run sheets that show all of the expected revenue directly to the town. This is in a separate part of the assumed budget. And as Jim said, the money that's coming in, I think it dates back to when they made an adjustment to the sales tax rate that we all pay when you're buying anything. And that a portion of that would go to municipalities, but we're sort of third or fourth in line behind other obligations they have to pay for. And so theoretically, if those other things take up all of the municipal revenue sharing money, then there'd be nothing left over for the towns. But now 2 years, so we were told not to budget for it the first year. The second year, they said, oh, wow, it did materialize. You could decide whether you want to budget for it. We didn't last year. And what we're proposing now is budgeting 500,000. I think if the economy were to take a sudden turn, that would be something you might want to look at scaling back. But that would just be, we don't know until we receive it.
In the 576 that we received 2 years ago, and this year's 726, that's contributed to our surplus. That's why we've had, in part, why we've had such big surpluses. So.
So you could certainly, you could get aggressive with it. You could push it up to what we got this year. But just know that unlike the other items in the governor's or the final state budget, we can pretty much count on, unless they pull back, which they've done in the past, they are committing to paying for those things in a specific dollar amount to the penny. This one is just one day we open a check and there's our share of this state revenue, the state tax revenue.
Speaking of the rating agencies, that reminds me of a question I had earlier, actually. So you'd mentioned that they like to see the surplus, or they like to see you not use too much of the surplus. We have the policy in effect, obviously, that we say we're going to hold at least 10%, and we always seem to have several percent more. I assume, that must factor into the thoughts on their part as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does. And we had some conversations with them about potentially, now that we've pretty consistently stayed above 12%, it's possible we could look at raising our rate a little bit higher. If you purely budgeted based on what the rating agencies want to see, they've moved that up over the years. It used to be 10% and 15%. There's so, their guidance is 15 to 20% reserves that they'd like to see. Now, we always make the case, remember, they're looking at cities and towns across the country. We here, for better or worse, are so largely dependent on the property tax. The property tax is extremely stable as a revenue source for municipalities. Those other towns across the country where they may have much more fluctuating local revenues, maybe they have sales tax, they have other pieces that can moderate with the economy. It's more important for them to have higher reserves, is the case Connecticut municipalities have always made, than when we've made cases to S&P or Moody's or whoever else when we defend our 12% rate. Yeah, so if you ask them purely, they'd love to see. Of course, all they're in the business of doing is making sure that they're rating your ability to pay back the debt you're incurring. And so they want nothing more than to say, we have all the money we need to pay back all of this debt. And that's where your AAA rating comes from.
They're in the business of doing that sometimes, I guess. When you look back at 2008, I'm not so sure.
They're doubled, yeah, they're now really in the business of it. Yeah. True.
Okay, there's just a couple more things I want to point out on that page, if I could. The town grants, that's 10-44-10, just FYI, that's another one that tends to fluctuate a little bit, but just so you know what that consists of. We get various police grants during the year. I think you just approved one for rural roads recently. And judicial fines is a distribution from the state judiciary office. Emergency management, there's a hodgepodge of grants that help support just general operations here. If we get any storms, that's where our FEMA money goes, and that's another reason why that tends to bounce around a little bit, but I can't predict storm money. Also on that same page is the American Rescue Plan. And I did put a summary in the packet a little further back on where we stand with American Rescue Funds, but know that Sean scaled back a little bit. Last year we had 800,000, which I think was part to pay for some one-time property purchases, a couple of them, and but we still have some funds available. And you'll see that there's a summary of what we've used the ARPA funds for since inception of that funding. And if we stay with the 500,000 that Sean put in this revenue budget, that'll leave us with 798,000 going forward. And we're kind of running into a cliff as to we have to spend that by the end of this fiscal year. I'm sorry, by December 31st. We have to at least encumber it. We don't have to spend it, but we have to figure out what we're going to do with it sooner than later. So just, for whatever potential that might come into play with this budget. Investment income is just a big one that, again, it's like trying to look into a crystal ball. I just wanted to tell you that we're assuming a 4.75% rate of return. If that flips, even so much as a percentage point, it can make a big difference in what we actually receive. Last couple of years, it's going up faster than we had anticipated. I'd expect it will probably level off in over the coming months, but the prior year, 2023, the year we're in now, 2024, we used a 4.5% rate of return, and so far that's looking pretty good. Just FYI, we put a large portion of our investable funds, so to speak, because we have our collection periods, January and July is when we get all our tax revenue. And we put most of that in the State Treasurer's Investment Fund, which when I looked recently, that was returning over 5.4%. We take a look at other options too. It's not like, we just use that solely. But in the last year or so, that fund has really done well for us. And we do invest in long-term CDs, generally in the 1 to 2 year range. We might even have a few that go out a little further than that, just to provide for some diversity. And, you know, that can work for you or against you, because if you're going with a longer-term CD and the rates go up, you're locked in at a lower rate, which is perhaps what's happened recently a little bit, but those are all feathering out, and any new funds that we're investing, we're taking a second look as to what we want to do with that.
Okay, just a quick question on your ARPA funds breakdown.
Sure.
I apologize for questioning this because I'm sure I'm missing something, but I thought we used ARPA funds 2 times for bulky waste. For both the bulky waste, the last 2 times I thought we used ARPA funds.
So that's a great question. The first time we directly funded it in fiscal
Did?
'22.
Okay.
Last year, we funded it through, it was in the operating budget. So if you recall, it's part of the reason when Dan was presenting the other day that if you saw in the solid waste slide, there was the reduction because bulky waste was in the budget, $280,000, I think we budgeted. So part of us using it for revenue was to support, when I say we used that $800,000, and I know it gets a little confusing because we also had some of that in CNR, but that was supported by the ARPA revenue, general revenue that we put into the budget to offset the bulky waste that we budgeted for in the operating budget. So the first year we didn't do that. The first time we did it, we didn't do that. It was funded separately from the operating budget altogether.
Okay, finally, one last item on that page. I just wanted to bring your attention. There's a WPCD administrative/debt reimbursement. That's 104507 that we've budgeted since I've been here at $650,000. And all I want to do is just bring it to your attention now, because when we talk about debt, I just wanted you to know that that's coming back to the general fund to reimburse the general fund in part for debt. Going on to the next page, grants for education. Just a couple things I wanted to point out here. Adult education, if you look at 104606, fiscal '23, we got over $30,000, and yet we're projecting only under $10,000, $97.33. Last year, they outsourced a lot of that adult ed program, I believe, to the town of Wallingford. And you know, there may be some savings associated with that too, but just know that we're getting less revenue now than we had been traditionally. And then the one that Jeff Solon talked about the other night, special ed excess cost, that's 104615. That's another one that's pretty hard to get your arms around. We're getting 870,000 is what we're projecting, so we're going to have a surplus in that line item for this year because we had only budgeted 500,000, and we're projecting 600,000. And you know, I believe they do project that out based on who they have and who they think they're going to have in those programs. But know that could change as people move in or out of the community.
That's something that education budgets, so that it's not something that we can arbitrarily say, let's put in a plug number of 700.
Well, I don't know. You probably could. You know, it is a projection on their end.
It's not. It's yours to. All the revenues are yours to decide within the general fund. So.
I've got a note on that one. That's one of the ones we.
All right. And then going on to the final page, I think the only one I want to touch on there is general fund equity, that last line, 104901. You know, this year we used $2 million of our fund balance surplus. Sean put only $1 million in this year. traditionally, you know, I think in the last couple of years, because we've had ARPA funds, we've used more of the fund balance. And I did put a couple of summaries in the packet on our surplus history, which is this chart. You know, the last couple of years have been all the stars lined up for us. In you know, whether it was that MRSA grant that we talked about, or, you know, conservative budgeting for our tax revenues, or building permit fees exploding. There was a whole interest income just going bonkers. But I could tell you over the last couple of decades that doesn't always line up like that. So just.
Yeah, and just to, again, we were talking about this one earlier, but, you know, it's never easy to take $1 million hit to the revenue budget as I'm building this budget. You know, and it's supported. $1 million is roughly where we've been in prior COVID years, or high, maybe 900,000 or $1 million. And as we said earlier, we conservatively budget the tax collections to generate about $600,000 worth of pretty certain additional revenue into surplus. So there was a time when those were sort of, in a perfect world, they're perfectly balanced, and then everything else, if everything on the expenditure side goes exactly to plan and every revenue materializes exactly to plan, you're exactly at zero, even though you've budgeted this, you know. So I think the floor of that number is sort of, in my opinion, should be around the $600,000 rate. I wouldn't go any lower, because otherwise you are sort of, I don't want to say you're overtaxing, but in some ways you're not accounting for all of the tax dollars that are coming in on the tax levy side. You know, I don't think it's sustainable to keep it at the $2 million rate when it's not supported by any other identifiable surplus source.
Another question is, as far as investment income, is that here somewhere? Expected investment income this year?
Yeah, that was back on the 2 pages before, 3,010,000.
Where is it?
So that's
Miscellaneous
104501 is the account number. It's under miscellaneous town.
That's when Jim was referencing the
Okay.
the interest rate assumption of 4.75.
You know, I've been amazed how close we've come to projecting that, considering that interest rates bounce around a lot. But we do spend a lot, you know, meticulously try to project our cash flows. So like if we're going to be selling bonds for $20 million, so, you know, I know in March or April I'm going to have $20 million to invest, and we do take it to that level of detail. You know, capital projects and so forth. We do a pretty detailed analysis of what we think we're going to have cash on hand month by month, and we've done a pretty good job at projecting it.
And there's an expectation, I think the Fed's maybe going to cut rates three times in the next year, is what they're saying? Yeah. But you kind of factor that in a little bit as well, going forward? Or?
Well, you know, the 4.75, I think I mentioned that we recently, Steph was paying 5.4, so, you know, I didn't go with 5.4.
Right.
Is 4.725 too high? That's a really tough one.
Right.
And I've been on both sides of this curve, where we've had some years where, you know, the interest rates were climbing faster than we had expected.
Right.
And I've been on the other side of that coin too, where they've gone down faster than we've expected.
And remember, as we're sitting here, we're talking about next fiscal year from July to June. You know, there's investment returns from next May that if we had that kind of crystal ball, we'd all be
of course
making a lot more money in the market. So that's, you know, you're looking 14 months out,
yeah,
and hoping you know what the rates are going to return. So, but it's the best estimate. And the finance team, Donna as well, they really model this thing out really meticulously.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Dave, go ahead.
So this all sounds great, and so let me find out from you sort of maybe on a more worst case scenario. That is, obviously you've had your discussion with the rating agencies. What does, if we lose our current rating and we drop down a step, what does that do to the picture?
I mean, yeah, I guess that would probably be more of a debt service discussion, because it would mean our borrowing costs go up. And I'd have to, you'd have to model it across your expected borrowing, so I don't have that at my fingertips
Right.
now. We've borrowed 15 million of the estimated 90, well, with this new issuance, we will have borrowed a total of 15 million towards the 2 new schools that are roughly $85 million to $90 million worth of expected borrowing for the schools. So you could certainly model that out and apply what would an average community of AA plus, it's usually worth, I don't want to quote the wrong number, but it's a few basis points. But over a $90 million borrowing over 20 years, that becomes hundreds of thousands of dollars over 20 years. It's probably not millions of dollars, but we wouldn't fall.
No, I was just curious. I mean, I'm expecting if we had it, it would be whatever the next tick down would be my
Sure,
guess.
yeah, and we could find that. I think we've had that estimate before, but even those rates fluctuate month to month with what a AAA community expects to receive. I think we've modeled 4%, maybe a little higher than 4% with the.
4% generally.
And we'll know on April 3rd when we issue. We'll sit around a room down there and they put up on the screen all the bids we get. We hope we get another, we've had 8 to 10 bids the last couple of rounds from banks. And if we see something starting with a 3, I'll be happy.
Yeah, we're expecting, I think, under 3.5, and so if anything, I've been projecting based on 3.5. So if it comes in lower than that, that'll be a great thing.
Yeah. And we'll let you know on, April 3rd, probably around noon, give or take.
With regard to that last page, then I would make the same comment. If we could maybe check with Jeff and Dr. Solon and find out what they're projecting the birth to 3 services, 443 and 23, and it's estimated to be exactly what the appropriation is. That's another one I wouldn't mind giving a little boost to, because those services are increasing and certainly not going backwards. And then just a quick comment, Sean, on you're taking the use of general fund down from 2 million to 1 million. I'm absolutely in support of that. I don't like to see us using too much of that again. And I'm not sure we're going to get to debt service today, but I would, that's it, because I think that's the next big conversation we have after the departments, to look at that and see what we do with debt service, because that's a big number that maybe we can work on. And I'd rather see us do it on that side than see us work on, putting stuff into revenue that we're going to have to pay for later. So.
Okay, so it's been 5 hours. I think we've all had enough. Been a lot of stuff covered today. Good conversations. Thank you, everyone, again for being here today. I think it's a nice change of pace for the departments, as well as for us to be a little fresher with some of these conversations. But yeah, we'll hold off on debt service and go about the rest of our weekend. So thank you guys, Sean, Jim, Gina, again, Noel, for putting this together. Thanks for the pizza party. Thanks again.